Good morning and welcome to Klein Family Field as we get set for a doubleheader here today between the Pacific Tigers and the Northern Colorado Bears. Hello everyone, I am Paul Meisens. Glad you could join us. Looks like we should have a nice day to hopefully, knock on wood, start the day and hopefully get 2 games in today after just 1 game over the last 2 days. A game that was started on Friday night saw the Tigers take a 4-2 lead after an inning of play that maintained the score until rain ended the game Friday, and then it was resumed yesterday afternoon. The Bears were able to score a run in the 8th, but that was it as the Tigers took game 1 of this series 4-3, as the Tigers with the win yesterday improved to 3-7, while the Bears with the loss fall to 2-8. Today's matchup on the mound is the original pitching matchup that was scheduled for Friday, as Alex Werbach and Ricky Reynoso get the start here this morning. Tigers defensively from left to right in the outfield, Mayer, Boris, and Halstead. In the infield, Wagner, Sandry, Mejia, and Verlin. And J.P. Yackel behind the plate catching Ricky Reynoso as the left-hander looks in the first pitch on the outside corner for strike 1. Ryan Yamani leading off for the Bears, as that pitch is inside for ball 1. Yamani hitting .207 on the season. As Reynoso wasting no time. Set, ready to fire the 1-1 pitch on the outside corner for strike 2. Reynoso on the season, starting his 4th game, is 1-0 with a 4.38 ERA. In 12 1/3 innings, he has struck out 7, walked 4, has allowed 6 earned runs. The 1-2, Reynoso looking for that outside corner once again and misses for ball 2. Two fouled off out of play down the left field line. Reynoso, the freshman from San Diego, California. Works quick, set, ready to fire, waiting for the batter to get in, and that's lined into right field and will fall in front of the right fielder and gets by him. And now hitting to third is Yamani, and in safely. So a leadoff triple for Ryan Yamani as Halstead and Wright kind of slid trying to get it, and it bounced away from him. He couldn't find it, and by the time he did, Yamani all the way around to third. So a early scoring opportunity once again here this morning. The Bears jumped out to the 2-0 lead on Friday night, for the Tigers responded with 4 innings in the bottom of the first. So a runner on third and no outs for Tyler Yamaguchi. And he's first pitch swinging a line drive over the visiting dugout for strike 1. Yamaguchi on the season, a freshman, batting .214, 2 runs batted in. Chance here for his 3rd RBI and a chance to give the Bears the early lead. Oh, 1 pitch in the dirt. Corner infield a little bit in, almost even with the bag. Middle infield playing back on the edge of the infield dirt and outfield grass, so a ground ball up the middle would score a run. And that's chopped foul down the third base line. The Bears have yet to play a home game this season. They're scheduled to start the season with 15 straight games on the road as that pitch is in the dirt. And a late error has been put up on the scoreboard, so Yamani won't have a triple. We'll see if they gave him a double and then third on the error or just a single and a two-base error. As that's rolled foul down the right field line. It was originally a rule to triple, but I could hear them talking in the other room discussing it, and an error is up on the scoreboard. Mentioned Yamaguchi hitting .214, hitting .200 with runners in scoring position. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs, a runner on third for the Bears. And another line drive foul down the right field line. Scheduled to play 2 here this afternoon. Game 2 will start about half an hour after this game ends. Really bright sun and clear skies, some clouds, some good color clouds, not dark ones like it was the last 2 days, as the 2-2 pitch misses high and outside for ball 3. Bit of a breeze blowing in as the full count pitch to Yamaguchi. And it's a blooper in the right field, and that'll land in front of Halstead for a base hit. So Tyler Yamaguchi picks up the RBI, and the Bears with an early 1-0 lead. So a good battle there, won by Yamaguchi as he hits a bit of a blooper in the right field. No chance for Halstead to come in and make that catch. So back-to-back base hits, and that'll bring up Cole Maltese. Maltese on the season, batting .243, batting from the right side. And the first pitch from Reynoso to Maltese misses for ball 1. Yamaguchi at first, 1 for 2 on stolen base attempts this season as Reynoso throws over. So takes a peek at the runner before coming home, and that pitch misses high for ball 2. And now Tigers catcher J.P. Akel will head out and have a word with Reynoso. Back-to-back hits to start it off, and now behind in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Middle infield, double play depth, looking for a ground ball to perhaps turn 2 as that ball is hit high in the air and back for strike 1. Reynoso here, a very long look in before the 2-1 pitch. And it's a slow roller to third. The Tigers will go to second for 1. The throw to first is in time. So a much needed double play there, a 5-4-3 double play. And just like that, 2 down and no one on as up comes Nick Tanner. Tanner, the junior right fielder, hitting .214 on the season. Starting in his 8th game of the season. As the first pitch from Reynoso in there for strike one. Oh, one pitch misses. That pitch hit well to center, but will hang up long enough for Boris to make the catch. So the Bears get a pair of hits and score a run after half inning. Bears lead the Tigers 1-0 on the W.TV. We head to the bottom of the first inning with the Tigers trailing 1-0. Tigers starting 9 here this morning. We'll have Kevin Sandry leading off and playing short. Nate Verlin will bat second and play first. Danny Mayer will bat third and play left. Gia Bruso, will bat fourth and DH. Lucas Halstead will play right field and bat fifth. Batting sixth and playing second base, Luis Mejia, followed by J.J. Wagner at third. J.P. Yackel catching and batting ninth and playing center field, Jimmy Boris, as the Tigers will look to score some runs against the Bears starting pitcher Alex Werbach. Werbach on the season, starting in his 3rd game, has yet to record a decision, as he is 0-0 with a 3.86 ERA. As in his first 2 starts this season, he's gone 9 1/3 innings, allowing 13 hits, 4 earned runs, while walking 4 and striking out 9. So about a strikeout an inning for the Bears senior right-hander, as Kevin Sandry steps in, the freshman shortstop, batting .361 on the season, as he watches the first pitch from Werbach miss low and outside for ball 1. One-0 pitch in there for a called strike. Mentioned the Tigers scored all 4 of their runs in the Game 1 win over the Bears in the first inning on Friday night to take a 4-2 lead, and then they were held scoreless but allowed just 1 run the rest of the way for the 4-3 win. These 2 teams were hoping to play another game yesterday, but the weather did not cooperate. So hopefully we're going to play 2 here, as that pitch tails inside and hits Sandry. So the Tigers will have a leadoff base runner as Sandry is hit by a pitch. So the Bears got a leadoff base hit, which was changed to a double, and then an E9 allowed Yamane to go to third. He would eventually score on the base hit by Yamaguchi, and now the Tigers with a leadoff base runner, this time the hit by pitch. Sanders at first, and up comes first baseman Nate Verlin. Verlin hitting .316 on the season. First pitch swinging, that one is chopped foul to the first base coaching box. Home plate umpire here this morning is Scott Latendre. At first, Ricky Scarberry, and at third, Dan Payne. The three-man crew here this morning. Sandry 1 for 1 on stolen base attempts this season. And the throw over. Nice job there by the first baseman, Minnick. As that throw over from Warbach a bit wide. Yamaguchi at third playing a bit in. As that pitch on the outside corner, and the count now no balls and 2 strikes. Sandry with a good lead at first. As the 0-2 is fouled straight back. Verlin in game 1 of this series was 1 for 4, scored a run. As that pitch tails inside and hits Verlin, so back-to-back hit by pitches. And the Tigers now with runners on first and second and no outs, and that'll bring up left fielder Danny Mayer. Before Mayer's at bat, catcher Tapia will head out and have a word with Warbach. So Mayer steps in, hitting .279 on the season. One of 3 Tigers in the starting lineup here this morning that has 7 RBIs on the season. And the first pitch, off-speed pitch way out in front there is Mayer for strike 1. Fly ball to center, coming in was the center fielder, but going back and making the catch there for the first out was Eck as infield fly was called. Center fielder Cashel was running in hard, thinking he was going to have to get to it, but the shortstop makes the catch. So after back-to-back hit by pitches, Mayer's retired for the first out, and that'll bring up Gio Brusa. Brusa, the senior DH here in game 1, batting .326. Also with 7 runs batted in on the season. And before the first pitch to Brusa, Warbach will chase back Sandry back to second. Off-speed pitch misses low and inside for ball 1. Brusa on the season, batting .417 with runners in scoring position. 3 doubles, 1 home run on the season as he bats from the left side. And that off-speed pitch in there for a called strike. First baseman Minnick playing well behind the runner, not far from the edge of the infield and outfield grass as that pitch just misses outside for ball 2. Tigers looking for their first base hit of the morning. Chance to drive in a run and tie this game up after back-to-back hit by pitches before the infield fly as the 2-1 pitch is bounced to second. The flip to second for one. The throw to first is in time. So the Tigers get back-to-back hit by pitches, but a 4-6-3 double play will end the first. After one inning, Bears lead the Tigers 1-0 on the W.TV. We head to the top of the second inning with the Bears in front 1-0 as the 5-6-7 part of the Bears order due up here to start the second inning. Bears lead 1-0. They capitalize off a leadoff double and then a single in the first, while the Tigers had back-to-back hit by pitches to start their half of the first, but unable to score as the first pitch to Minnick is in there for a called strike. Minnick on the season batting 171. The sophomore first baseman. As the 0-1 misses for ball one. Outspeed pitch misses outside. Minnick checks his swing. Two one pitch in there for a called strike. Long look in here for the 2-2 pitch. And misses inside, and the count now full. So Yamaguchi worked the count full in the first inning before his RBI single. Gave the Bears a 1-0 lead. And now Minnick has worked the count full here to lead off the second inning. And that pitch misses low and outside, and so Minnick works a leadoff walk, and the Bears for the second inning in a row have a leadoff base runner on. So that'll bring up designated hitter Dan Reese. Reese does not have a hit yet this season, starting in just his fifth game played. He is 0 for 6 on the season. A run scored. Reese will look for his first hit here this morning as he bats with a runner on first and no outs as the first pitch from Reynoso, a fastball, misses high for ball one. We'll throw over and check on Minnick. The Bears were picked 8th by the WAC coaches in the preseason poll. Well, last season they're projected to be last, and they made the conference tournament as that pitch misses in the dirt for ball 2. Dan Reese, along with Cole Maltese, was named to the College Sports Madness preseason all-WAC team. Reese, a second-team selection, as he swings and misses there for strike 1. And now Reese steps out and adjusts his batting gloves before stepping back in. Not a very big lead for Minnick at first, as that pitch is fouled straight back for strike 2. Minnick was off, and he will head back to first. Minnick 0 for 1 on stolen base attempts this season. So Reynoso, after falling behind 2-0, the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 just misses, and able to check his swing as Reese. And so once again, the count is full. The third time in the first 6 batters, the Bears have worked the count full. Both of the previous 2 times has worked out well for them, a base hit and a walk. That walk leading off this inning, as for the full count pitch, once again a throw over to check on Minnick. Minnick, really not a big lead, just a couple steps off first, with Verlin holding him on as the full count pitch is fouled straight back, and the count will remain full. Tigers were able to turn a double play in the first inning. Love another ground ball here to try to turn 2 once again. And once again, before the full count pitch, another throw over to first. As the 3-2 pitch misses in the dirt for ball 4. So for the second inning in a row, the first 2 batters of the inning get on base for the Bears. This time back-to-back walks to the number 5 hitter Brett Minnick and number 6 hitter Dan Reese. And now the Tigers will have a conversation on the mound. As Tigers pitching coach heads out. Tigers are led by head coach Mike New in his first season. Whole new coaching staff this season for the Tigers, while the Bears are led by head coach Carl Iwasaki. Tigers were able to limit the damage in the first inning after a leadoff double and an error and an RBI base hit. Got a double play and a flyout to end it. And now a 2 on with no out situation here, as up comes catcher Peyton Tapia. Tapia on the season does not have a hit. Starting in just his 3rd game of the season, he is 0 for 7. So perhaps a bunting situation here. Wagner at third is playing a bit in. And turns and chases back. Minnick back to second. No sign of a bunt yet from Tapia. And bunt shown, any jabs at the outside pitch and misses for strike one. Long look back to second before the 0-1. Once again, showing bunt early, and Tapia gets this bunt down. A nice one down the third base line. Wagner will field it and throw to first for the out, but a nice bunt there by Tapia. The sac bunt will advance both base runners, and now with second and third and just one out. As that'll bring up center fielder Rob Cashel. So Minnick down to third, Reese down to second on the sac bunt. Cashel on the season batting .235, 3 RBIs. As that pitch on the outside corner for strike one. Corner infield playing in. Once again, middle infield playing back. A ground ball up the middle would score a run. As the 0-1, a high fly ball that's going to stay in play. Coming over and making the catch behind first is the second baseman Mejia, so that will not get a run in. A big second out there for Reynoso. So Cashel unable to capitalize with 2 runners in scoring position and less than 2 outs. So with 2 out and 2 on, that'll bring up the number 9 hitter in the order, Jacob Eck. Eck on the season batting .171, batting .300 with runners in scoring position. His first pitch swinging, he lines it into center, and that'll land in front of the center fielder Boris for a base hit. That'll score 2, so a big 2-out single there for Jacob Eck, and the Bears now lead 3-0. Oh, Reynoso nearly got out of the jam without allowing a run, but a 2-out base hit extends the Bears' lead and back to the top of the order as Ryan Yamani steps in. Yamani led off the game with a double, went to third on the E9, and then scored on Yamaguchi's single to give the Bears the 1-0 lead. And off on the pitch, and they won't even throw down as Eck had a huge jump going on first move, and so Eck steals the base, his third stolen base of the season, and the Bears will have another runner in scoring position with 2 outs. That fastball misses inside for ball 2. Reynoso already up to 40 pitches through an inning and 2/3. I think both teams' bullpen plenty rested, which is the one game over the last 2 days is that 2-0 pitch misses outside for ball 3. On deck is Yamaguchi, who has an RBI single as the 3-0 pitch on the outside corner for strike 1. Inning started with back-to-back walks before a sac bunt and a pop-up had Reynoso an out away from getting out of this without allowing any runs. The 2-out, 2-run single by Jacob Eck as the Bears leading 3-0 as the 3-1 pitch from Reynoso on the outside corner for strike 2. Once again, another full count. Although this one after Reynoso fell behind 3-0. Full count pitch fouled off over the Tigers dugout. Yamane now on the season, batting .233. Does have 1 RBI on the season. An RBI opportunity here as the count remains full. 2 down, runner on second. Bears lead 3-0 here in the second. As that ball is hit high into the sky in right field. Halstead will settle under and make the catch for the final out, but the Bears get a 2-out, 2-run single from Jacob Eck. After an inning and a half, Bears lead the Tigers 3-0 on the W.TV.
All right.
We head to the bottom of the second inning with the Tigers trailing 3-0 as the 5, 6, 7 part of the Tigers batting order due up here in the second as Lucas Halstead steps in. And also stepping in and joining me for some color commentary here this morning and afternoon is Brian Casman. So Brian, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good morning, Paul. Beautiful day for a baseball game.
Yeah, or 2 baseball games.
If you're keeping score.
Yeah, which we are. And unfortunately, keeping score right now doesn't look good as the Tigers trail 3-0, but plenty of baseball still to play as that pitch misses outside for ball 1 to Halstead, who's batting .250 on the season. As that pitch is hit into right field. So there's a base hit, the first base hit of the morning for the Tigers. The second inning in a row, the Tigers get a leadoff runner. As first inning saw back-to-back hit by pitches before an infield fly and a double play ended the first. So with a runner on first and no out, that'll bring up Luis Mejia. Mejia on the season batting .342. Mejia, one of 8 Tigers to have started in every game this season. His first pitch swing and a big swing and a miss there for Mejia for strike 1. Mejia, the senior, with 7 runs batted in on the season, 2 doubles. As he takes a long look down at the third base coaching box before stepping back in. Halstead not with the big lead at first, as that pitch misses in the dirt for ball 1.
Well, Paul, Halstead hasn't attempted a stolen base all year.
I think that might be why he doesn't have a very big lead.
That's why.
He's one of just 3 in the Tigers starting 9 that hasn't attempted a stolen base. No, really nobody's attempted more than 2. As the 1-1 pitch misses high for ball 2. Yamaguchi at third playing a bit in. While the first baseman, Minnick, on the bag, wanting to keep Halstead close. As the throw over to first, and Halstead diving back in safely. I guess the Bears, despite Halstead never attempting a stolen base this season, still want to keep him close.
He almost looked shocked that Werbach threw back there.
As that pitch hits the inside corner, and the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Both teams have had plenty of scoring opportunities so far here through an inning and a half. The Bears capitalizing to lead 3-0. A run in the first, 2 in the second. And the 2-2 pitch is popped up straight back, and the catcher, Tapia, will make the catch for the first out. That pitch was a bit outside, and Mejia extended the bat to try to put the ball in play, and it was a pop-up easily caught by Tapia. So Mejia is retired for the first out of the second inning, and that'll bring up third baseman J.J. Wagner. Wagner on the season batting .242. 6 runs batted in, a double, a triple, and a home run. As he's 8 for 33 on the early season. As he shows bunt there and pulls back and takes strike 1.
The Tigers clearly trying to make something happen here with the leadoff runner.
I guess he didn't really want to bunt that, though. I think that was more just to make them think, try to create a hole. Oh, 1 misses outside for ball 1.
Some cloud cover coming in.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's really that big of a cloud cover, but that one cloud that did move in covered did us a great favor.
Shaded the whole field and the press box.
And then as we say that, the cloud starts to move, and here comes the sun again. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, and once again, the throw over to check on the evidently speedy Halstead. So lots of throwovers in the top half of the inning. And now the 1-1 pitch in there for a called strike.
Werbach at 6'5", 230. He's got a pretty quick move over there to first base.
He's definitely a big guy on the mound.
He is.
Almost wonder if he plays for their basketball team as well. On the look in, the 1-2. Sharply hit to short. And that gets by the shortstop into center field. That really was a tailor-made double play. As the shortstop, Eck, kind of olayed it.
You know, his coach is going to yell at him for not getting his body in front of that one. Just tried to stick the glove out and went right underneath.
Yeah, he gets in front of the ball. Worst case, he keeps it right in front of him.
That was a fundamental error.
Yeah, that ball was hit well, but that's a play you got to make. Didn't take a bad hop, just
right to him.
So an error will give the Tigers runners on first and second and 1 out.
We'll see if the Tigers can capitalize on the mistake.
And Yakel,
there's a bunt situation.
Bunts it all the way over the net for strike 1. Yakel batting just .130 on the season, although that number will surely rise as the season progresses. Tigers senior catcher. Does have 4 runs batted in on the season. As that pitch is in the dirt for ball 1, I want to check. Yackel has not attempted a stolen base. Wouldn't expect a catcher to be the speediest guy on the team. That was definitely more trying to catch them by surprise. Halstead at second. He led off the inning with a base hit. He then went to second as Wagner reached on the E6. As that pitch misses high for ball 2. Second inning in a row, the Tigers have had first and second. Tigers first and second in the first inning with no outs before a fly out and a double play. Now first and second here with 1 out for J.P. Yackel. And the 2-1 misses high for ball 3. You know, Brian, I'm a little surprised you didn't mention Werbach's socks. I thought you'd be all over that one. The high socks.
He's got his high socks up to his knees.
Similar fashion to you, isn't it?
It is.
I can see wearing the high socks out there.
Sort of a throwback uniform.
3-1 pitch to Yackel. In there, Yackel taking the whole way, and so the count now full. Once again, Yackel steps out and looks down at the third base coaching box as head coach Mike New gives the signs. Halstead at second, Wagner the runner at first. 1 out, full count pitch coming to Yackel. Both runners off, and that pitch misses high for ball 4. So Yackel works the walk, and the Tigers will have the bases loaded. And 1 out for Jimmy Boris. And before Boris comes in, we're going to have a conversation on the mound for the Bears. So perhaps the Tigers are waiting for you to get here to score some runs?
Well, the Bears are probably telling their pitcher to calm down, relax. They've done a good job this season of working their way out of jam situations. They've been able to cause their opponents to leave 91 runners on base so far this season.
Yeah, that's a lot of runners. The Tigers had a chance in the first inning, although they didn't leave any runners on base. It was because a double play cleared them.
Right.
And certainly a ground ball away here from getting out of the inning without any damage as Boris steps in, hitting .273. Boris on the season, 9 for 33, 3 RBIs, has 1 extra base hit, a triple. So Boris with a great chance here to drive in a run or two. And his first pitch swinging, a chopper too short. The throw to second in time for 1, and they will not be able to turn the double play. So they got the ground ball that they were looking for. Couldn't turn 2. The Tigers do get a run in, so Boris reaches on the fielder's choice 6-4 as Halstead comes in to score. And so that the Tigers do capitalize on the error earlier in the inning, which allowed Wagner to reach. So Halstead scores. That run will be unearned. Wagner down to third, and Yackel retired at second for the second out of the inning. So Boris, his 4th RBI of the season, and back to the top of the Tigers order, and up comes Kevin Sandry. Sandry was hit by a pitch to lead off the bottom of the first. And now he bats here with runners on first and third and 2 down. See if the Tigers can get a 2-out base hit, similar to the Bears in the top half, as that pitch is in there for a called strike.
And Boris has stolen a base this season. On first base, second base is open.
And the white runner at third, Wagner. And that pitch misses in the dirt and stealing second, so
now Boris is 2 for 2 on the season.
yeah.
They didn't even throw.
Yeah, outside pitch in the dirt. Also, probably didn't want to risk a throwdown and have the Tigers try to get in and a run down and just steal a second run. But now a chance here. A two-out base hit could possibly tie this game up. Runners on second and third for Sandry. And that ball is...
Sandry hits it.
And it's...
That's going to drop fair.
No, foul.
Oh.
That looked good off the bat.
I thought it was it. Yeah, I missed that one.
It's hard to see that foul line down the right field. We need a little extra chalk.
Yeah.
Didn't miss by much.
No.
And Sandry goes the opposite way. And the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. As mentioned, the Bears in the top half of the inning got a 2-out, 2-run single from Jacob Eck to make it a 3-0 lead. It's now 3-1. As that ball is fouled off out of play.
And the outfield is playing Sandry significantly towards right field as though they're expecting him to drive it there.
Yeah, you can see the right fielder's playing pretty shallow, and then the center fielder definitely is playing more in the right center gap. Expecting him to go the opposite way.
Left field is wide open.
There's a 1-2 pitch on the inside corner. That looked a little low, but the home plate umpire calls strike 3, so the Tigers score a run but leave 2 on base. After 2 innings of play, Bears lead the Tigers 3-1 on the W.TV. Welcome back to Klein Family Field as we head to the top of the 3rd inning with the Tigers trailing 3-1. The 2-3-4 part of the Bears order due up here in the 3rd inning against Ricky Reynoso. The Bears have scored in each of the first 2 innings, a lone run in the first, 2 runs in the second. As the first pitch to Yamaguchi in there on the outside corner for strike 1. Yamaguchi had an RBI base hit in the first inning, which gave the Bears a 1-0 lead. That pitch is hit foul towards the Bears dugout.
Both Yamaguchi and Yamane, both from Honolulu, leading off the Northern Colorado batting order.
Must be some connection, Hawaii and Northern Colorado?
Maybe.
I don't think that's a normal connection. As the 0-2 pitch misses high. I would think more people from Colorado would want to go to Hawaii and not the other way around, but I guess if you live in Hawaii, the beaches might get a little tiring. And that pitch is lined down the left field line. That's a fair ball. That'll roll into the corner and be extra bases. Easily on his way to second is Yamaguchi. So a leadoff base hit. And the 3rd inning in a row, the Bears have a leadoff base runner on as Yamaguchi now 2 for 2 on the morning. It's still morning.
He really got all of that one, Paul.
Yeah, unlike the bottom of the second, which we thought was going to look fair and landed foul off the bat of Sandry. That one was a no-doubter into the corner. So the leadoff double by Yamaguchi, and that'll bring up Cole Maltese. Maltese hit into a 5-4-3 double play in the first inning. Wagner at third playing even with the bag. Step or two in. Perhaps trying to anticipate a similar ball that was hit to him in the first inning by Maltese.
Yamaguchi with some speed. He's tried two steals this season.
Big swing and a miss there.
Nice off-speed pitch.
Yeah, Maltese with the swing. He was looking to hit that ball just as hard as Yamaguchi did right before him. And another big swing there, chasing the pitch low and in the dirt for strike two. Mentioned Maltese and Reese, both were preseason all-wax selections by College Sports Madness preseason. Maltese was selected to the first team. No balls, 2 strikes. We'll see if Reynoso tries to get him to chase another pitch here. And he throws another low pitch. This time Maltese does not offer. And the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Reynoso already over 50 pitches through 2+ innings. Reynoso does not have a strikeout yet here this morning. And once again he goes low, and once again Maltese watches for ball 2. Maltese with the runners in scoring position, batting .300 on the season, .237 overall. The check to
Yamaguchi goes.
And that ball is hit well to center. And that'll land on the warning track for extra bases. Easily coming in and scoring is Yamaguchi, and on his way to third and standing up with a stand-up triple is Cole Maltese. And the Bears lead 4-1.
Maltese with some speed around the base path.
And both the center fielder Boris and the left fielder Mayer had to come a long ways. I mean, that really split them perfectly and landed on the warning track.
Almost right in front of the 405 sign.
And that's quite the drive. So back-to-back extra base hits. First the double by Yamaguchi and now the triple by Maltese. So that'll bring up Nick Tanner. As Tanner watches strike 1. Tanner in the first inning flew out to center field, batting .207 now on the season. So the Bears have had their leadoff batter reach and score now in each of the first 3 innings, and as they look to add to it as that ball is grounded foul down the right field line. No balls, 2 strikes, and that ball is hit just foul down the right field line once again. Right to the Bear player who was already down there retrieving the last foul ball. Not a bad crowd here this morning on Sunday Fun Day here at Pacific. First of 2 games to be played here today as that pitch misses outside for ball 1. A long look in here before the 1-2 pitch. And now time is called at the plate. And mentioning Sunday Fun Day, fans, don't forget that every Sunday is Sunday Fun Day, where kids 12 and under are invited to run the bases and get autographs from the team as part of the post-game autograph session. As that pitch misses high and inside for ball 2 as the batter kind of spinned out of the way to avoid being hit. So 12 and under, Brian. I'm sorry, you can't run the bases after the game. I know you're a little disappointed on that. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner on third. Bears lead 4-1, looking to add to it as that pitch a pop-up that will have the shortstop Sandry making the catch a step or two into the outfield grass. So that will not get the run in as Tanner is retired on the pop-up to short for out number 1, and that'll bring up Brett Minnick.
Minnick with some power. He's got 2 home runs this season.
Yeah, only one other guy in their starting 9 has a home run. Maltese with 1, and that's it. As that pitch on the inside corner for strike 1. Minnick led off the second inning with a walk, came around and scored as the first of 2 runs in the second inning for the Bears. Corner infield playing in, middle infield back as that pitch misses well high for ball 1. Reynoso nearly got out of a second and third with 1 out jam in the second inning, getting a pop-up to second for a 2-out base hit. A runner on third with no outs got the first pop-up, but that'll probably score the run as that ball is hit well to center and is going to be caught by Boris just shy of the warning track, and easily trotting in and scoring is Maltese. So Minnick with the sac fly to center, and it's now 5-1. So a nice job of hitting there by Minnick, making sure he got the run in. So with 2 outs and no one on, that'll bring up Dan Reese. Reese also walked in the second inning before coming around and scoring. As first pitch swing fouled straight back for strike 1. No action yet in the Tigers bullpen. Although, would not be surprised if in an inning or 2 somebody gets up and loose as that pitch misses low for ball 1. Reese looking for his first hit of the season. Yes, that's not going to do it as it's a couple hopper to Wagner at third. His throw in time for the final out, but the Bears get a pair of runs in the third after 2.5. Bears lead the Tigers 5-1 on the W.TV. Welcome back to Klein Family Field as we head to the bottom of the third inning with the Tigers trailing 5-1. 2, 3, 4 part of the Tigers order due up. Verlin, Mayer, and Brusa.
Verlin, who grew up here in Stockton, went to Lincoln High School.
And one of several Tigers from Stockton. And Verlin steps in from the left side, batting .316 on the season. And he's full dare. Tried to hold his swing, but unable to do so for strike one. Verlin was hit by a pitch in the first inning. As both Sandry and Verlin were hit by pitches to lead off the bottom of the first. The Tigers were unable to do anything after that as that pitch misses high and outside for ball two. We've seen the leadoff batter reach base for both teams in every inning, and that ball is hit well to right, going a long ways and not getting to it. It's the right fielder as it bounces into the corner. An easy double, and now on his way to third is Verlin. The throw to first, or to the third, excuse me, gets by the third baseman Yamaguchi. So a leadoff triple for Verlin. Had the third baseman been able to catch, that was going to be a close play at third, but fortunately gets by, and so Nate Verlin, a leadoff triple. And so the Tigers a great scoring chance here in the third as up comes Danny Mayer. So
Mayer also with some power, and he's batted in 7 runs this year, hit 2 home runs, slugging percentage of .535.
So Mayer steps in here, runner on third and no outs as the first pitch in there on the outside corner for strike one. And off the bat, Verlin knew it was headed for extra bases, and then the right fielder Tanner kind of had it bounce off him and go further into the corner, which allowed Verlin to try for 3, and he was able to do so successfully as that pitch, a couple hopper to short, the throw to first in the dirt. A nice job there by the first baseman Minnick to scoop it up for the out, but coming in and scoring is Verlin. So Danny Mayer with the RBI on the ground out to short, and it's now 5-2. One of those situations, knew a ground ball to the middle infield would score a run, and Mayer did just that as up steps Gio Brusa. As the first pitch from Brusa in there for strike one. As that pitch line foul. Brusa also from the local area, from Lodi. One of your favorite places. Went to high school at St. Mary's. As that
Pops
pitch,
the ball up.
yeah, into the infield, and the second baseman Yamani makes the catch. So Brusa now 0 for 2 this morning. So with 2 outs and no one on, up comes Lucas Halstead. Halstead led off the second inning with a base hit and came around and scored. Now batting .275 on the season as that pitch misses low for ball one. Halstead now 11 for 40 on the season. As that pitch on the inside corner for strike one. And that's right back up the middle into center field for a 2-out base hit. There's a big hole up the middle, and once it got past the pitcher, Warbach, no chance for either the second baseman or the shortstop to get to it.
Warbach tried to snag that ball behind his back.
Yeah, or stick his foot out. I don't think that was a wise move. I think you want your pitcher to stick out his foot and try to stop the ball and get hurt. So Halstead, his second base hit of the morning, and that'll bring up Luis Mejia. Mejia popped up to the catcher, and first pitch swinging a easy ground ball to short. They flipped the second for the final out of the inning, but the Tigers get a leadoff triple from Verlin and then an RBI ground out from Mayer. And after 3 innings, Bears lead the Tigers 5-2 on the W.TV.
Paul, this might be the beginning.
Welcome back as we head to the 4th inning. Bears leading 5-2 as the 7-8-9 part of the Bears order due up here in the 4th, and we'll see if for the first time by either pitcher a leadoff batter can be retired, as both teams are 3 for 3 on the leadoff batter reaching base, as that pitch misses low for ball 1. Tapia dropped the sacrifice bunt in his first at-bat in the 2nd inning. As that pitch bounces in the dirt for ball 2. Reynoso now up to 68 pitches in 3 innings. He's allowed 5 hits, 5 earned runs, walked 2. Does not have a strikeout. Bears, 3 of their 5 hits have been extra base hits, 2 doubles and 1 triple. As the 2-0 pitch misses high for ball 3. The wind looks like it's picking up a little bit, blowing out towards left field. As the 3-0 pitch taken the whole way there is Tapia for strike 1. (3-1). Not taking there. A high fly ball that looks like it'll find the seats, and it does, about 3 rows behind the dugout. And then bouncing forward, and a lady will stand up and race down to pick up the souvenir. And then she gives it away back to the dugout. So once again, the count is full. As the 3-2 pitch once again hit high into the sky, and once again it's going to land a few rows behind the Bears dugout. Back-to-back foul balls, and the count remains full. Three-two pitch once again, and once again fouled off, this time straight back.
Tapia at 6'2", 210. Looks like he's getting around late on these pitches. He keeps fouling back.
And the full count pitch once again, this time fouled off forwards, but bouncing towards the beach volleyball courts. Pacific Beach Volleyball team got underway this weekend down in Stanford. They went 1-1 yesterday. Back up there today as that pitch is crushed to left field, but getting a little too underneath it was Tapia, so it hangs up, and making the catch in left field is Mayer. So for the first time here this morning, the leadoff batter is retired by either side as Tapia flies out to left. And so with one out and no on for the first time, that'll bring up Rob Cashel. Cashel now batting .229 after popping up to second in his first at-bat. As his first pitch swing lines it straight back for strike one.
That one was coming right for us if the net weren't there.
I know if not for that net, you would have probably brought your glove, right? Make sure you save us and the equipment. As once again swinging line drive right to Wagner. So quick 2 up, 2 down. We'll see if we can have our first 1-2-3 inning of the morning. And that'll bring up shortstop Jacob Eck. Eck came through with a big 2-out, 2-run single in the second inning to extend the Bears' lead to 3-0. It's now 5-2. As the Bears have scored in every inning so far. As that pitch misses outside for ball one.
Reynoso kind of seems like he's settling in after the triple he gave up in the last inning.
He's now retired 5 straight. As that pitch misses low and inside.
Would like to get the third out here without doing a lot of labor.
Yeah, he's had to go to a full count more than a few times already here this morning. And that pitch is smashed foul down the right field line. And also a quick inning would be good to hopefully it'll allow him to go a couple more innings. About to throw his 80th pitch. And that is lined into center field. And so we won't have our first 1-2-3 inning of the morning. As Eck, once again, a 2-out base hit, although at least this time for the Tigers, nobody was on base. So the 2-out single by Eck. And back to the top of the order in Ryan Yamani. Yamani 1 for 2, doubled and scored in the first, flew out to right in the second, now batting .226 on the season.
The other Hawaiian on the starting roster.
Batting from the left side. And the throw over to first, and Eck really just had to take 2 steps back to the base. Not a big lead. Although he does have 2 stolen bases this season. And we saw the Bears steal a base earlier. And throw over to first.
Reynoso, the lefty, looking right at him as he's
Yeah, that always makes it a little more difficult.
getting ready for the pitch.
And once again, another throw over. One of those 3 straight throwovers. If that was the visiting pitcher, the crowd would be booing. Eck, the runner at first after his 2-out single, and now finally a pitch home is in there for a called strike to Yamani. Yackel looking over towards the Tigers dugout for a sign. He then looks down at his wrist before the 0-1 pitch from Reynoso to Yamani. And it's lined right into the glove of the third baseman Wagner. So for the first time this morning, the Bears do not score after 3.5. Bears lead the Tigers 5-2 on the W.TV. We head to the fourth inning with the Bears leading 5-2 after the first zero of the morning was put up by Ricky Reynoso. The Tigers will have the 7, 8, 9 part of their order due up as J.J. Wagner will lead it off. Wagner reached on an air. A ball hit well, but really a play the shortstop should have made. It got past him, and no chance for the shortstop or the second baseman to make a play on that, as that is lined into center field. So the Tigers, for the fourth inning in a row, get a leadoff base runner on as Wagner with his first hit. First pitch swinging.
Wagner also made those last two lineouts in the top half of this inning.
What's that saying? How often do you see a guy makes a great play defensively and leads off the next inning with a base hit, right?
He must be having a good Sunday.
Well, it's Sunday fun day here at Klein Family Field.
Here at the ballpark.
So J.P. Yackel steps in. Yackel walked in his first at-bat.
Takes the first pitch. Called strike.
And he worked the count full in his last at-bat before earning the walk. Yackel batting just 130 on the season. Batting from the right side, and the bunt is not a good one, but fortunately Yamaguchi was unable to chase it down.
That was close, though. Yamaguchi almost got there. You wonder if he'd have dove, if he might have gotten it.
So Yackel now down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Probably no longer a bunting situation. Yackel did show bunt in his last at-bat early in the count before swinging away and eventually working the walk, and now down in this count, no balls and 2 strikes. As that pitch misses outside for ball 1.
Looks like the Tigers have some people getting warmed up in the bullpen.
Yackel, the senior from Lakewood, California. And now a throw over to first to check on Wagner.
I think Warbach's move to first relies on the runner getting lulled to sleep by those socks he's wearing.
That would be a smart move if that's why he goes with those socks, although I think we're both fans of those. And there's another line drive right back up the middle. Similar to Wagner's base hit to lead it off. Yackel also a line shot to center, so back-to-back base hits to get things going here in the fourth inning. So with 2 out, or with 2 on, and no outs, up comes Jimmy Boris. Boris reached on a fielder's choice, which scored the Tigers' first run of the morning as he avoided the double play. The ground out to short scored Halstead. And now he bats here with first and second and no outs. We'll see if perhaps this is a bunting situation. Boris batting .265 on the season. And he does show bunt and then pulls back and watches as that pitch goes by for strike 1. Tigers trail 5-2, and there's still plenty of time here in game 1 of 2 games to be played here in Stockton. As the 0-1, and before the pitch, Warbach kind of spins and looks Wagner back to second. Warbach up to 54 pitches here in 3+ innings. And shows the bunt early there and gets it down. And the third baseman will come up and field it, and he will just hold on to it. So a bunt base hit for Jimmy Boris, and the bases are loaded.
That ball had a little English on it, just a little pop off the bat, and then it didn't really roll at all towards Yamaguchi, who was coming in on it.
Yeah, almost perhaps the pitcher Werbach should have tried to field that one and make the throw. He kind of came forward and then got out of the way, and really would have been a tough throw for Yamaguchi to make. So a great chance here for the Tigers with the bases loaded and no outs, and back to the top of the order in Kevin Sandry. And the Scholarship Tiger Pack is back for just $40. You can grab 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 sodas to any Pacific baseball game. It's the best value in town. For more information about the Scholarship Tiger Pack, head online to PacificTigers.com/Tiger Pack. So
the Tiger runners having a meeting with the coach on the third baseline. Something you don't see in the majors.
But very common at the college level. In fact, there's more people in that meeting than there was on the mound.
Yeah.
So, bases loaded, no outs, top of the order, Kevin Sandry. Sandry is 0 for 1, was hit by a pitch in the first and then struck out looking in the second. And a great chance here to drive in some runs. Sandry, 3 RBIs on the season, 1 extra base hit, a double, as he bats from the right side. And first pitch swinging, he chases that pitch that was low and outside for strike 1. Sandry in game 1 was 3 for 4 with a run scored, as that pitch on the inside corner, and Sandry now down. No balls and 2 strikes. On deck is Verlin. Verlin is 1 for 1 with the triple.
Sandry, you got caught looking at his last at bat.
And nearly goes down swinging there, fouls that one off. The count remains no balls, 2 strikes. Pair of line drive singles to center, and then a bunt base hit by Jimmy Boris has the bases loaded for the Tigers here. As the 0-2 pitch to Sandry is grounded right back up the middle. Shortstop will flip it to second for 1. The throw to first, not in time. Kind of double clutched before throwing to first. And perhaps that making sure he had a grip on the ball allowed Sandry to reach safely. So Sandry reaches on the fielder's choice 6-4. Wagner comes in to score. Yako down to third as Boris is retired at second for out number 1. So for the 3rd inning in a row, the Tigers score a single run, but a great chance to make that into a crooked number as up comes Nate Verlin. Verlin 1 for 1. It's hit by a pitch and then tripled and scored in the 3rd. Verlin now has 4 RBIs on the season. 6 runs scored, a chance to drive in a run here. As Yakel's the runner at 3rd. Sandry at first is a big swing and a miss there for strike 1.
We're back with a nice slider that dropped out.
Another situation here where the Bears looking for a ground ball, try to turn 2 and limit the damage. As that is chopped to the first baseman, who will step on first for 1 to throw home. Not in time, sliding in is Yako for the run. So the first baseman there, Minnick kind of almost looked like he wasn't sure what to do. He knew he wasn't going to have time to go to second and then have it back in time for the double play. Ends up stepping on first, and Yako didn't break right away, and then he took off and able to slide in. So Verlin is retired 3 unassisted. Sandry down to second, and Yako comes in to score, and so the lead is cut down to 1. And still a runner in scoring position for the Tigers as Danny Mayer steps in with 2 outs and Sandry down at second. Mayer is 0 for 2. Does have an RBI. First pitch swing, that's popped up. That's not going to do it. First baseman Minnick will make the catch near the first base coaching box for the final out. But the Tigers score a pair of runs. And after 4 innings, Bears lead the Tigers 5-4 on the W.TV.
So I could give more.
We head to the 5th inning here at Klein Family Field. Tigers trailing just by 1 after a pair of runs in the bottom of the 4th. As the Tigers have gone to the bullpen, we saw that some action going on down there. And coming in to pitch for the Tigers is the right-hander Bryce Lombardi. Lombardi 0-2 on the season, has struggled to say the least. As that pitch misses low for ball 1 to Yamaguchi. Lombardi in 5 innings this season has allowed 11 earned runs, an ERA of 19.8. That certainly will go down.
A big righty, 6'3", 200, from Napa, California, nearby.
All right, we've seen some big pitchers on the mound here.
Yeah. Bearing down on the 5'9" Yamaguchi.
Yeah, that pitch in there for a called strike. Reynoso threw 4 innings, allowed 5 earned runs, although at least he did end on a positive note, put up the 0 in the 4th. As that pitch misses low, and the count now 3 balls and 1 strike.
Seen 4 straight fastballs.
I think that probably number 5 is the count now full.
That nipped the outside corner. Yamaguchi watched it. Full count. Time's called.
Infield playing well back on the dirt as there's a big swing and a miss and down on strikes. So Lombardi comes in and gets the strikeout of Tyler Yamaguchi for out number 1. The first strikeout of the morning recorded by a Tigers pitcher. And so with 1 out and no one on, up comes Cole Maltese. Maltese is 1 for 2. Hit into a double play in the first and then tripled in the third. As that pitch misses low and outside for ball 1. One 0 pitch misses in the dirt for ball 2. And that ball hit right to Wagner at third. Wagner with the strong throw across the diamond for out number 2. So 2 up, 2 down for Lombardi. As that'll bring up Nick Tanner.
And that was a nice play by the third baseman. That ball kind of jumped up at him at the last minute.
Yep. Wagner's had a busy afternoon over there at third base already. Tanner 0 for 2, flied out to center in his first at-bat before popping up to short in the third. And now have to close the gate in left field as it's open.
They're playing Seinfeld on the PA.
You approve of that selection? Tanner batting from the left side. Able to check his swing as that pitch misses outside for ball 1.
Another hard fastball from Lombardi. He's hoping to come in, throw some quick pitches, and get that ERA down.
He's come in throwing hard, that's for sure. And that pitch in there on the outside corner for strike 1. Tigers and Bears playing a doubleheader here this afternoon as that pitch misses low for ball 2. Paul Meiskens along with the great Brian Kasman.
Thank you, Paul.
As Tigers trail 5-4, looking for their second straight 0 put up on the scoreboard, and there it is. So a nice job by Lombardi coming in, facing the 2-3-4 part of the order, getting a 1-2-3 top of the 5th. After 4.5 innings, Bears lead the Tigers 5-4 on the W.TV. Welcome back to Klein Family Field as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. The Bears have also gone to the bullpen as they have brought in a right-hander, number 15, Corey Nakakura, who on the season 2-0 with a 1.42 ERA, as in 6 and a third innings he has allowed just 1 earned run while walking 3 and striking out 7. So this game has become a battle of the bullpens here in the 5th inning.
Another Bears player from Honolulu. It's going to be a different look for Tigers batters as Nakakura comes in at 6 foot, 195.
Not to mention without the high socks that you're a big fan of.
He's not wearing the high socks.
So the 4, 5, 6 part of the Tigers order due up here as Brusa checks his swing as that pitch bounces in the dirt for ball 1. Brusa 0 for 2, hit into a double play and then popped up to second in the 3rd inning. Now batting .311 on the season, although .400 when leading off an inning. That's that pitch in there for a called strike. Tigers have had their leadoff batter reach base in each of the first 4 innings. Trailed at 1.51. It's now 5-4. And that pitch on the outside corner, and Brusa now down 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Bears also had the leadoff batter reach base in each of the first 3 innings, which they scored in every inning. And swing and a miss there. The throw down to first will complete the strikeout. So Brusa strikes out and is retired 2-3. So for the first time this afternoon, the Tigers do not get their leadoff batter to reach. And that'll bring up Lucas Halstead. Halstead 2 for 2 with a pair of singles. Came around and scored in the 2nd inning. So similar to the Tigers relief pitcher coming in and getting a strikeout in his first batter faced, Nakakura gets the strikeout. As that pitch is in there for a called strike. Nakakura not wasting any time. That pitch misses low for ball 2. The weather so far here today is sure a complete 180 from the last 2 days. As kind of going down to a knee there and fouling it off is Halstead. And the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Halstead with that shin protector on his left shin.
And 2-2 pitch. Trying to check his swing, and he went around.
The first base umpire calls him out.
Yeah, so back-to-back strikeout swings by the Tigers. As Halstead unable to check his swing. So 2 up, 2 down, and that'll bring up Luis Mejia. Mejia is 0 for 2. Popped up to the catcher in foul territory before a ground out to short to end the 3rd inning. Mejia now batting .325 on the season. As the first pitch from Nakakura misses low and outside for ball 1. And that ball is hit well to left, and that'll land for a base hit.
Mejia rounding first.
It took a good round headed towards second, but having to retreat. So a 2-out base hit for Mejia.
And the catcher coming in to talk to Nakakura. Wonder what he wanted to talk to him about.
Perhaps talking about that last pitch, maybe not where he wanted it. So with 2 outs and a runner on first, up comes J.J. Wagner. Wagner reached on an error and then singled and scored in the 4th. And now the throw over to first, and perhaps that was maybe what they were talking about. check on Mejia at first. Mejia, perfect 2 for 2 on stolen base attempts this season.
Mejia doesn't have a big lead.
Once again, a throw over. That's a much quicker move to first than their starting pitcher, Werbach. Tigers now with 7 hits, with trail 5-4. And it's finally the throw home right down the middle for strike 1. Wagner has had a busy day already, both defensively and at the plate. Had several line drives hit right at him.
And then the nice ground ball pickup.
Nakakura sets in the 0-1. And Wagner chases that pitch that was low and outside for strike 2.
That pitch was way outside.
It seems like Nakakura has been throwing that off-speed pitch outside and low. The Tigers have chased. Both Brusa and Halstead both went down swinging. And now Wagner behind in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. And is once again setting up outside. And that one catches part of the plate but flied high into shallow right field. And coming in and making the catch is Tanner. So the Tigers go to get a 2-out hit but do not score after 5 innings. Bears lead the Tigers 5-4 on the W.TV. Welcome back to Klein Family Field as we head to the top of the 6th inning with the Northern Colorado Bears leading Euro Pacific Tigers 5-4. Bryce Lombardi came in out of the bullpen last inning, set the side down in order. The first 1-2-3 inning by either side as that pitch to Minnick, misses for ball 1. Minnick has yet to record an official at-bat as he walked in his first at-bat and then hit a sac fly to center to score a run in the 3rd as the 0-1 misses inside for ball 2. Wingstop is the destination when you crave fresh cooked-to-order wings with bold layered flavors. For the nearest location or to order online, visit wingstop.com. As the 2-0 from Lombardi misses in the dirt for ball 3. See here if Minnick is taking the whole way, and he is that fastball right down the middle for strike 1. Lombardi now on the season in 6 innings. Has walked just 2 batters while striking out 2. That second strikeout coming last inning as there's a big swing and a miss on a fastball and the count now full. Three-two pitch. That's going to get into left field.
Mejia almost got that as he dove out for the ball.
Actually,
I'm sorry. Sandry.
it really would have been a tough play, even if he had somehow dove and come up with that to throw out Minnick. So after 2 innings in a row where the Tigers get the leadoff batter out, Minnick with a leadoff single, and that'll bring a conversation on the mound before Dan Reese steps in. And the City of Stockton Municipal Utilities Department asks you to help with water quality and water conservation. Help us maintain clean rivers and a clean delta for everyone by reporting any sewage or bad-smelling water in the street or water running in gutters. Reporting possible problems helps everyone to maintain a clean water supply and healthy environment. Call a 24-hour emergency service center at 209-937-8341. So the conversation on the mound is up as Dan Reese steps in. Reese is 0 for 1, walked and scored in the second inning before grounding out to third to end the third inning. Still looking for that elusive first hit of the season is the Bears' designated hitter. And he shows bunt, pulls back, and takes a called strike, which Yackel had bounced off his glove. I would be surprised if they actually have Reese go ahead with the bunt here, but with their lead now just 1, he watches that pitch low for ball 1. No signs of a bunt there. What would you do in this situation, Brian? Bunt him over or let your big DH swing the bat?
I'd let the big guy swing away.
And, of course, he shows bunt after he hears that, and he pulls back. And as that pitch was high.
High and inside. Almost gave him a haircut.
I could use a haircut, actually. That's not the kind of haircut I want. Fastball to the face. 2 balls, 1 strike. We'll see if Reese shows bunt again here. No signs of a bunt there as that pitch is low and inside, and the count now 3 balls and 1 strike.
So Lombardi, who came in and had that nice 5th inning, now showing signs of laboring.
The leadoff hit, now down in the count 3-1. We'll see if Reese is taking the whole way, and he's not. That pitch just hit well, and that's past a diving Sandry in the left field. So once again, Sandry at short has to dive for a ball that was hard hit. This time unable to get even a touch on it. So back-to-back base hits to left, and now runners on first and second with no outs. As there's Reese's first hit of the season. And that'll bring up the catcher Peyton Tapia. Tapia is 0 for 1, had a sac bunt in the second inning, flew out to left in the fourth, and you would think another sac bunt is coming here with first and second and no outs. In the second inning, it was first and second, no outs, and Tapia dropped the bunt before a pop-up had 2 outs, but then Eck came through with a big 2-out, 2-run single. As Tapia shows bunt and gets it down, a nice bunt that'll be fielded by Wagner at third to throw to first to Mejia, who is covering on the wheel play. And so another nice sacrifice bunt there by Tapia as Minnick goes down to third and Reese down to second. And now the Bears with a pair of base runners in scoring position. And 1 out for Rob Cashel. Cashel is 0 for 2. Mentioned he came up with second and third and 1 out in the second. And popped up to the second baseman, Mejia. And the Tigers certainly would like to have a repeat of that. His other at-bat, Cashel hit a line shot right to Wagner at third. As that pitch misses in the dirt for ball 1. A nice job there by Yackel to block it.
Yackel's been having a few pitches in the dirt so far this game.
Yeah, even when his bat struggles defensively, he does not. Lombardi fires and a high pop-up in the infield, and there it is once again, a second and third with one out situation, and they get a fly ball from Cashel hit to Mejia. So now 2 up and 2 on, and once again a repeat of the second inning. Up comes Jacob Eck. Eck 2 for 2, pair of singles, 2 runs batted in. Both of those, the 2 out, 2-run single to center in the second inning. So we'll see if Lombardi can have better luck with Eck than the Tigers starter Ricky Reynoso, who went 4 innings. Lombardi came in the 5th. And now 1 out away from putting up another 0 on the scoreboard. Eck now 216 on the season, as that pitch in there for a called strike. Eck on the season 8 for 37 with 4 RBIs, but 2 of those RBIs coming earlier this morning. Oh, 1 low. Tigers in the bottom of the 6th will have the 8-9-1 part of their order due up. Tigers won game 1 of this series 4-3, a game that took 2 days to complete. And that pitch chopped foul towards the Tigers on deck circle.
And Eck had to go down to get that one. A nice slider by Lombardi.
Count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. See if perhaps Lombardi just throws a high heat and tries to get Eck to swing and miss. As the 1-2 pitch is chopped right back up the middle over the head of Lombardi. A nice play there made by the shortstop Sandry, as he came a long way, fielded it, and made the nice strong throw on the move. So the Bears get a pair of base runners in scoring position, but do not score. After 5.5, Bears lead the Tigers 5-4 on the W.TV. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Tigers trailing 5-4.
You know, Paul, let's go back and talk about that last out in the top half of the inning. You had a nice play made by the shortstop to get to that ball and make the throw, and a nice play by the first baseman, Verlin, to go down low and get it and keep his foot on the bag.
Yeah, and I off the bat almost thought, oh no, another ball hit into center field, but Sandry came a long way to make that play in the throw, and then as you mentioned, rolling at first, keeping his foot on the bag to keep this just a 1-run deficit for the Tigers, as the first pitch from Nakakura to Yakel misses for ball 1. Yakel has walked and singled, came around and scored in the 4th, as that pitch is in there for strike 1.
So apparently the scoreboard is having some issues today. Still shows the batter is Jacob Eck and no pitch count.
Oh, and then as you mentioned that, up comes J.J. Wagner's picture, which,
they heard me,
although it's still a little off, is there's J.P. Yakel.
Yeah, it's good to know you have influence with the scoreboard operator.
especially when they probably actually don't have us on. So that's really
Yeah,
ESP. Is that what you call it?
yeah, something like that. And that gate again in left field keeps popping open.
But they didn't play the Seinfeld this
No
time.
Seinfeld this
So
time.
so 1 ball, 2 strikes to count to Yeakel. As he chases there, but fouls it off to stay
Another
alive.
Tiger batter chasing Nakakura's low and away pitches.
And we've seen early on, Nakakura's come in. He got both Brusa and Halstead to swing and miss on those outside pitches. Did give up the single to Mejia, but then Wagner flew out to shallow right to end the fifth. As the 1-2 pitch just misses the outside corner for ball 2. And Lincoln Center is Stockton's premier shopping and dining destination. Enjoy boutique shopping or award-winning restaurants and family-friendly atmosphere, conveniently located at Pacific Avenue in Ben Holt, less than 15 minutes from the University of the Pacific. Visit LincolnCenterShops.com for a list of stores that offer a discount to all ULP students. Lincoln Center, always in style, and unfortunately not the style that the Tigers wanted to start the inning, as down on strikes goes Yeakel. So Nakakura has come in, I wouldn't quite say throwing heat, but got the Tiger batters off balance, is down on strikes. Goes Yeakel, the third strikeout already for Nakakura. And up comes Jimmy Boris. And first pitch swinging, Boris hits that on a couple hops to second. He throw to first in time. So first pitch swinging, Boris is retired for the second time here. I guess now I can say this afternoon. We've passed 12 o'clock. So with 2 out and no one on, up back to the top of the order, it's Kevin Sandry. Sandry 0 for 2. Did reach base on a hit by pitch in the first inning. As the first pitch from Nakakura misses high for ball 1. Sandry batting .342. As Nakakura in his second inning of relief will have a 1-2-3 inning, as that is fielded cleanly by Yamaguchi, and the throw to first in time. So the Tigers go down in order in the 6th. After 6 innings, Bears lead the Tigers 5-4 on the W.TV. Welcome back to Klein Family Field as we head to the 7th inning. And don't forget to mark your calendars for firework nights, as on April 9th at 6 p.m., May 7th at 6 p.m., and May 14th at 6 p.m. It is firework night here at Klein Family Field. So the top of the Bears order will lead it off here in the 7th inning, as Ryan Yamoni will step in. Yamoni is 1 for 3, doubled and scored in the first before a fly out to right and a line out to third in the 4th inning. As Lombardi fires and hits the outside corner for strike 1. Lombardi got it in some trouble last inning. Gave up a pair of singles to lead off the 6th, but was able to escape without allowing a run after a 1-2-3 5th inning. And that pitch on the outside corner once again, and now no balls and 2 strikes. Yamoni Yamone hitting .219 on the season, but .636 when leading off an inning. Perhaps why he's their leadoff hitter as he swings and fouls it off at the plate to stay alive. The wind, which was blowing out towards left earlier, now blowing out towards right. Long pause here before the 0-2 pitch. And now hit right back up the middle. Sandry again comes a long way at the throw, and unable to field the scoop is Verlin.
Another nice play by Sandry to get to the ball.
And this time this Verlin unable to get it. We'll see what they rule that one. I think they're having some conversations right now on whether that's a hit or an error. And they're going to give him the base hit. So Yamone reaches on the base hit. So the leadoff base runner reaches. And now showing bunt. And it's a nice one down to third, fielding it barehanded and making the strong throw. Nice job there by Wagner to alertly get to it and make the quick barehanded scoop and throw. So Yamaguchi is retired on the sac bunt to third. Yamone down to second. Oh. Probably the right call to make on Yamone's base hit. Sandry had to come a long ways, made the throw while on the move, and Verlin really can't give a fielding error. A throwing error, that was a tough throw to make, and then Verlin tried to scoop it, so the infield single for Yamone. He's now down at second after the sac bunt, and Cole Maltese at the plate. Maltese is 1 for 3, tripled and scored in the third. Hit into a double play in the first and a ground out to third in the fifth. As that pitch misses low. Bears 5 runs, 9 hits, 1 error. They've left 4 on base so far. Tigers 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. They've left 6. That pitch in there for a called strike. Tigers trailed 5-1 after 2.5 innings. A single run in the third, 2 in the fourth to cut the deficit to 5-4, which it has remained here in the seventh. Pitch in the dirt for ball 2.
Nagel's really making his money down there today in the dirt.
His back of his pants look pretty dirty.
They do.
Lombardi keeps an eye on Yamone before firing. That pitch misses low and outside for ball 3. The second baseman Mejia trying to keep Yamone close to second, while the shortstop Sandry playing almost on the edge of the infield dirt and outfield grass.
Yamane 2 for 2 on stolen bases this season.
And there's a throwback.
The second baseman Mejia came over late. Yamane dove back just in time. It was a nice throw too.
Yeah, perfect. Right low on the bag to tag the runner. And once again, he spins and almost kind of tripped while turning.
The whole Bears team is screaming to Yamane to get back when Lombardi gets ready to turn. Good to have supportive teammates, isn't that right, Paul?
Am I supposed to say no to that? I think that's a question. There's a big swing and a miss. But yeah, at various sports, I worked a basketball game yesterday where the shot clock was down to 4 seconds and nobody on the bench, even the coach, was counting down. Guy had no clue the shot clock was about to expire. started to post up 1-0, went off, and he had no clue. Nobody on his bench was counting down to let him know he needed to get the shot off. As that full count pitch, there's a big swing and a miss. Down on strikes, Lombardi gets his second strikeout of the afternoon. So down on strikes goes Maltese, and that'll bring up Nick Tanner. Tanner 0 for 3. Fly out to center, a pop up to short, and then a ground out to first to end the 5th inning. That ground out to first, the first 1-2-3 inning recorded, and there's a bouncer that Wagner is going to field, almost a ball that normally would be fielded by the shortstop, but Wagner comes a long way and makes the play. So the Bears get a leadoff base hit, but do not score. It's stretch time here in Stockton. Tigers trail 5-4 on the W.TV. To do. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Tigers trailing 5-4. And the Scholar Share Tiger Pack is back for just $40. You can grab 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 sodas to any Pacific baseball game. It's the best value in town. For more information about the Scholar Share Tiger Pack, head online to PacificTigers.com/Tiger Pack.
So, Paul, the Tigers' defense has really been quite good today. A couple nice plays by the...
Yeah, they've really done their job to help keep this deficit now down at just 1. Hopefully the offense can complete the comeback as Nate Verlin takes a called strike. Verlin has reached base twice, was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat, and then tripled and scored in the 3rd. He then grounded out to first in the 4th inning to score a run. Verlin looks to lead off the inning and get on base as that pitch misses low and in the dirt. The Tigers had their leadoff batter reach base in each of the first 4 innings before the last 2 innings against Nakakura. Leadoff batter has been retired via strikeout both times. As that pitch is smashed off of Nakakura, who recovers in time and flips to first. A nice job there by the pitcher. That ball was hit hard right back up the middle. Looked like it might be headed towards center field, but Nakakura got a glove on it, knocked it down, and then continued to make the put out at first. So Verlin is retired 1-3. And
he was still in the process of his follow-through when the ball just went right into his glove there. He was able to knock it down.
Yeah, had he been a left-hander, he wouldn't have had his glove perfectly.
Yep.
And first pitch swing, and that ball bounces off the third baseman Yamaguchi, and so Mayer will reach on what I will assume will be an E5, and they wasted no time putting the E up on the scoreboard for that one. So the second error of the afternoon on the Bears, and Mayer reaches.
Another Bears infielder not getting in front of the ball. Just trying to snag it with their glove.
And he
probably going to hear about it when they get back to the dugout.
Yeah, unlike the one earlier, he at least did get some of it, but deflected it away, and no chance then to get Mayer. So up comes Gio Brusa looking for his first hit, and that ball is hit a mile high but foul. He was looking to give the Tigers the lead with one swing there.
He was, Paul.
Brusa just one home run so far on the season, hitting .304. Both teams capitalized on the previous two errors in this contest. The Tigers scored a run thanks to a Bears error earlier, and the Bears also capitalized on the Tigers error. So, see if, once again, the Tigers can capitalize from the Bears' mistake as the throw over to Mayer. Mayer easily back in time. Commented between innings, clouds covering up the sun a little bit more right now. Well, still pretty nice out. I know when I looked at the weather report last night, there was about a 20 or 30% chance of rain around 12 or 1, and hopefully that 70% of no rain is what we get. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runner on first. Tigers trailing by 1 as that is chopped foul down the right field line.
Boy, you can really tell Bruce is swinging hard.
Bruce,
for those of you wondering, we were graced with Paul's rendition of "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" in between innings.
Fortunately for those here at the ballpark, that is not true. One thing I'm not is a karaoke singer, that's for sure. 1-2 pitch to Brusa, and that ball is hammered once again. Oh, man. Watch out. Cars on the street.
He's hitting those balls all the way to French Camp, Paul.
French Camp? That's a good one. Not Tracy? Or Manteca?
Not quite Tracy.
No. French Camp. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tigers trailing 5-4. And the throw back over to Mayer at first. And Wingstop for people who demand flavor in everything they do for the nearest location. Or to order online, visit wingstop.com. Nakakura, the long look in here in his 3rd inning of work out of the bullpen, as this time Brusa fouls it off over the Tigers dugout. Coming into this weekend, Brusa had 5 hits over the previous 4 games, including a 3-hit performance in Game 2 of the doubleheader against Northwestern. Looking for his first hit here today. And a big swing and a miss. Down on strikes goes Brusa. Like an off-speed pitch had Brusa way out in front. So the 4th strikeout of the afternoon by Nakakura. And with 2 out and 1 on, that'll bring up Lucas Halstead.
Nakakura doing a nice job since he came in.
Really?
See why he's got that low ERA.
Yeah, now down to exactly 1.00 after that strikeout. As he got Bruce's strikeout swinging for the 2nd time, and now he faces Halstead for the 2nd time. Halstead had 2 hits in his first 2 at-bats before facing Nakakura in the 5th and going down on strikes. Halstead now batting .286. Mayer the runner at first after reaching on the E5. And that pitch is lined into right field. That's a base hit. Mayer will just stop at second, so a 2-out base hit. Halstead now a 3-hit afternoon. And so with 2 out and 2 on, up comes Luis Mejia. And before Mejia's at bat, once again, Tapia will have a quick visit to the mound. Mejia 1 for 3. He had a 2-out single against Nakakura in the 5th inning. And see if the Tigers can get a 2-out RBI base hit, and that ball is hit well to center, but will hang up long enough for the center fielder Cashel to make the catch. So the Tigers get a pair of base runners, but do not score. After 7 innings, Bears lead the Tigers 5-4 on the W.TV. Welcome back to Klein Family Field as we head to the 8th inning with the Northern Colorado Bears in front 5-4 over the Pacific Tigers. The 5, 6, 7 part of the Bears order will lead off the 8th inning against Bryce Lombardi, who so far has thrown 3 scoreless innings out of the bullpen as he looks to keep the deficit at just the 1 run. As the first pitch from Lombardi to Minnick is low for ball 1. Minnick is 1 for 2. Actually, make that 1 for 1. He walked and scored in the 2nd, sac fly in the 3rd, and then singled in the 6th. As that's a couple hopper hit to Mejia, who will recover in time. And we talked earlier about the 2 errors by the Bears, both by the shortstop and the third baseman, who didn't get their body in front of it and then missed the ball. This time, Mejia struggled to field it cleanly, but had his body there to knock it down, able to recover in time. So Minnick is retired 4-3 for out number 1. As that'll now bring up Dan Reese. Reese got his first hit of the season in his last at-bat, 1 for 2 on the afternoon as that pitch misses low for ball 1. And the City of Stockton Municipal Utilities Department asks you to help with water quality and water conservation. Help us maintain clean rivers and a clean delta for everyone by reporting any sewage or bad-smelling water in the street or water running in gutters. Reporting possible problems helps everyone to maintain a clean water supply and healthy environment. Call the 24-hour Emergency Service Center at 209-937-8341. As the last pitch to Reese misses for a ball, and Reese puts that in play deep in the hole at short. A long throw, not in time, just beating it out as Reese. That was a very close play at first. It's Sandry had to go deep in the hole at short and made a very quick, strong throw, and Reese, almost extending his leg full out, just beats the throw. So the infield single to Reese, his 2nd hit of the season. And so with 1 out and 1 on, up comes catcher Peyton Tapia. Tapia is just 0 for 1. A pair of sacrifice bunts as he had a sac bunt in the 2nd and in the 6th. As pitches in there for a strike and on his way to 2nd and in safely. But now out at 2nd is Reese. As Reese overslid the bag, was there in plenty of time before the throw, but unable to maintain his touch of second base, and so Reese caught stealing for out number 2.
Paul, you just can't say enough about this Tigers defense.
Even there, staying with the play, Clearly Reese was there way ahead of the throw, but keeping there to make sure he stayed on the bag, and he didn't.
And a nice throw by Yakels. It was just Reese was already there, but
yeah, Reese really had that base stolen off the pitcher. And there's a big swing and a miss.
And here we are in the 8th inning, and that was the first time either of the catchers, had tried to throw the runner out.
Yeah, the other stolen base, they didn't even bother.
Yeah.
Such a big jump. Tapia also looking for his first hit of the season, and that's not going to be it, as that's a very high pop-up in the center field, and Boris will come up and make the catch. So Bryce Lombardi continues his outstanding work out of the bullpen as he puts up another 0 on the scoreboard. After 7.5 innings, Bears lead the Tigers 5-4 on the W.TV. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Not quite rally cap time, but Brian, I see you starting to turn your cap a little bit inside out, getting ready for that rally hat, right? Should we need it in the 9th?
Well, Paul, if I had a hat, I'd do it.
I don't think you would.
Both middle relievers doing a nice job, Nakakura and Lombardi.
Yeah, they really have. Both have come in and put up zeros on the scoreboard. It was 5-4 after 4 innings, all 9 runs in this game coming against the starting pitching. And Lombardi and Nakakura have put up the zeros since, as it's the bottom 3 of the Tigers order, Wagner, Yakel, and Boris, as that pitch to Wagner misses low. Wagner 1 for 3, singled and scored in the 4th. And that pitch just hits the outside corner for strike 1. Nakakura now with his ERA of under 1. And that pitch is hit high into the sky into right center. And coming over and making the catch is the right field Tanner. So Wagner is retired on the fly out to right for out number 1. So that'll bring up J.P. Yakel. Yakel was retired for the first time this afternoon in the 6th as he led off the 6th with a strikeout against Nakakura. Reached on a walk and a single in his 2 at-bats before that, as that line drive is headed towards the volleyball courts.
Doing a great job behind the plate today. You know he'd like to get something doing here in the bottom of the 8th.
They really both catching and hitting. Reached base twice already. Tigers have 8 hits, but have left 8 on base. You mentioned earlier the Bears are known for leaving lots of runners on base, and that's going to be a base hit. And has no chance really for Eck to throw out Yakel. Yakel is a catcher, but he doesn't have that horrible of a speed to be thrown out on a play.
Well, and that ball, Eck caught up to it very deep in the hole at short.
I mean, that'd have had to have been an incredible strong throw and an incredible slow runner. So Yankel reaches for the third time here this afternoon. His second hit, a 2-out infield single to short, and that'll bring up Jimmy Boris. Boris had a bunt single in the fourth, which loaded the bases during the Tigers' 2-run fourth inning. As that
bunt again, pops it up.
Yeah,
now catcher makes the play to get him out.
Now
well, he'd like to have that one back.
Yeah, that was a far cry from the bunt that he did in the fourth inning, which ended up being a base hit. So Boris pops up the bunt.
Boris angry with himself.
Yeah, one of those. He might have punted on his own, thinking he could have dropped it down and beat it for a base hit, and instead 2 out, and the runner on first. Back to the top of the order, and Kevin Sandry. Sandry looking for his first base hit of the afternoon. 0 for 3. Was hit by a pitch in the first inning before a strikeout, an RBI ground out, and then a ground out to third in his last at bat to end the sixth inning. As the Tigers are down to their final 4 outs, trail by 1. Game 1 of a doubleheader here this afternoon. Game 2 will follow approximately 30 minutes after the conclusion of this contest, as that pitch is grounded foul. Nakakura now up to 44 pitches. Sure, the Tigers would really like to try to chase Nakakura from this game if they can, as he has come in and been quite impressive now, with lowering his ERA down to 0.9 on the season. And that ball is smashed and gets by the diving first baseman Minnick into shallow right field. So for the second inning in a row, the Tigers with a 2-out single, and they will have first and second with 2 outs. And Nate Verlin steps up to the plate. And seems like anytime the Tigers get a batter on base before the next batter, Tapia will head out and have a quick word with Nakakura. Verlin, 1 for 3. He's hit by a pitch and then tripled before an RBI ground out in the fourth. And then in his previous at-bat against Nakakura, he hit it well, but right back at Nakakura, who knocked it down and then fielded it for the 1-3 putout. His first pitch swing, and that ball is hit well on the line. Will it get down? It does for a base hit. Being waved around, it will have a play at the plate. That throw went over the catcher's head, and we are tied. So first pitch swinging, Nate Verlin lines it in the right, and Yankel with enough speed being set, and the throw home, not a good one. And just like that, a 2-out rally, and we are tied at 5.
Boy, the right fielder had some juice on that throw. It sailed 10 feet over the catcher's head.
He really, I almost want to say, rushed it more than he needed. I mean, Yankel does not have bad speed, but he's not the quickest runner. And it really was very shallow right field. The ball was hit on the line. He got to it plenty of time. Really, I was almost wondering if they would not even try to send Yankel, but they do. And the throw not in time, and just like that, Nakakura is out of the game, and we are tied up. So we will take a quick break and be back after this pitching change. Bears and Tigers tied at 5 here in the 8th on the W.TV. the Bears have gone to the bullpen and brought in a right-hander, Cody Carroll. And Lincoln Center is Stockton's premier shopping and dining destination. Enjoy boutique shopping, our award-winning restaurants, and family-friendly atmosphere. Conveniently located at Pacific Avenue in Benjamin Holt, less than 15 minutes from the University of the Pacific. Visit LincolnCenterShops.com for a list of stores that offer a discount to all UOP students. Lincoln Center, always in style.
Speaking of style, Paul, Cody Carroll, apparently taking a page out of the Werbach playbook, goes with the knee-high striped stirrup sock over the pant leg.
Which, as I said earlier, I'm a fan of. But also what I'm a fan of is the two-out rally here by the Tigers to tie it up, as after a one-out infield single by Yankel, Boris popped up the bunt for out number 2, but then Sandry singled to right, and then Verlin, first pitch swing, lined it in to right, and Yankel waved around from second, scored to tie it up, and so Tigers now with a chance to take the lead.
So after a nice couple of innings pitched by Nakakura, he gets himself into a slight jam, and he's out of the game.
Yeah. And
the life of a middle reliever, right, Paul?
Pitched 3 2/3 brilliantly, and you give up 1 2-out RBI base hit, and you're out of here.
Get the hook.
So, with runners,
there's a song about the life of a kicker, right, by Adam Sandler. Maybe they should do one about the life of a middle reliever.
We'll leave that to ponder for later.
Yep.
As Danny Mayer steps in, the chance to give the Tigers the lead. Runners on the corners and 2 down. Mayer is 0 for 4, batting .255 on the season, batting .308 with runners in scoring position. First pitch swing, and that ball is blasted to left. Will it clear the wall? It does! Home run, Danny Mayer, and the Tigers are in front. His 3rd home run of the season. First pitch swing, that ball was crushed to left field. The only question was whether it would clear the wall and left, and it does. So just like that, a 3-run home run, and the Tigers lead 8-5 here in the 8th.
7.
No, it should be 8. They're 1 run off.
And somewhere in the dugout, Paul, Nakakura is
He went from
thinking
great
to
to
himself, "See, coach, you should have left me in."
and now he's on the hook for the loss. There's 2 more earned runs against Nakakura. And now the Tigers are 3 outs away from a win as that pitch misses outside for ball 1.
That was a nice crush by Mayer.
And still need to add a run to the scoreboard, and there it is. And that ball is hammered to center field, and that'll land in front of the center fielder Cashel. So a base hit by Gio Brusa, his first base hit of the afternoon. And so the Tigers' 2-out rally continues. 4 straight hits with 2 outs. Sandry, Verlin with singles, Mayer the 3-run blast, and now Brusa the single. And now we will have a pinch runner. So the pinch runner, which we will wait to hear who it is, as there is no 14 on our roster. So up comes Lucas Halstead. Halstead 3 for 4 on the afternoon. Whoever that pinch runner is, he's got a big lead at first as that pitch is in there for a called strike. So the Tigers trailed at 1.51, but 7 straight runs. And as the Tigers in front 8-5 as the sun peeks back through the clouds. Throw back to first. And Margiotta is back in safely. So Vinny Margiotta is the pinch runner, a freshman from Danville. Listed on the roster as number 43, but wearing 14 here this afternoon as that pitch misses for a ball. Cody Carroll came in from the bullpen replacing Nakakura with runners on the corners and 2 outs, and he was greeted by Danny Mayer with a 3-run home run to left. Has the Tigers in front 8-5. Some great defense and work out of the bullpen. Kept it at 1-1 deficit, and that one is
Another
booted.
bobble by the Bears defense.
Yeah, this time the first error by the second baseman, as he tried to get over and get in front of it and just was unable to do so. So now the third baseman, shortstop, and second baseman for the Bears all with an error this afternoon, as the 2-out rally will look to continue, as we will have another pinch runner. As McKay Cussian will pinch run. So up comes Luis Mejia with runners on the corners and 2 outs. Mejia is 1 for 4. Batting .333 on the season. And that pitch misses low for ball 1. Bears 5 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors. Tigers 8 runs, 13 hits, and 1 error. The Tigers have gone from trailing 5-1 to leading 8-5 here in the bottom of the 8th. That pitch bounces well in front of home plate. The Bears in the 9th will have the 8-9-1 part of their order due up, as they look to try to come from behind after blowing the lead here in game 1 of a doubleheader. This game 2 of the series that has had weather issues over the last 2 days. And pitch on the inside corner for strike 2. For strike 1, count now 2 balls, 1 strike. Mejia singled back in the 5th. And there's the old fake to third, throw to first, although didn't throw to first. And now time is called at the plate. So Nakakura pitched well until 2 out base hit here, and then Carroll coming in out of the bullpen struggled. There's that pitch in there for strike 2, although should have been out of the inning with that ground ball to second that was booted. Mejia looks down to head coach Mike New for the sign before stepping back in. 2-2 pitch, grounded foul. Mike New was mentioned in his first season in charge of the Tigers. Actually played in Stockton during his professional career. He was part of the Mudville 9 at the time, now known as the Stockton Ports. The Mudville 9 at the time affiliated with the Cincinnati Reds. He had 20 saves that season with the Ports, over 20 saves I want to say, and then eventually made the major leagues with the Oakland A's. And now the head coach of the Pacific Tigers. As it faked the third, throw to first move once again. This time he does throw to first, and of course it doesn't work. It never works.
Carroll's throw causing the first baseman to have to come off the bag to get it.
Yeah, almost did more bad than good. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on the corners for the Tigers. And off on the pitch is Cassian, and he'll have to head back after that ball is fouled off. And game 2 will be approximately 30 minutes after the conclusion of this first game, which now the Tigers are 3 outs away from winning. And once again, the fake the third, fake the first, and just let more time tick away.
You wonder why the fans aren't booing more, Paul. Maybe it's because you're not out there.
Could be. Although, as much as that gets booed and never works, I actually saw it work one time, which I can't believe, but it did. As that 2-2 pitch is once again fouled off, and Margiotta almost looked like he was going to try to field that one.
I think his coach would have been upset about that. Try to grab a hard hit ball without a glove.
Especially when you're a runner and not a defender.
Right. So Mejia with a good at-bat here, forcing Carroll to work.
And Carroll clearly struggling. And the 2-2 pitch once again. And that
There's
pitch,
a rip.
Yeah, that's going to unfortunately land out of play. That ball was hit well, just got a little in front and hit it foul.
So Carroll's Sox clearly not having the impact he'd have liked.
Well, I was thinking the starter, Verbach, also had the high Sox, and he had the nice start, but then he struggled, gave up runs in the second, third, and fourth inning before they went to the non-high Sox Nakakura, who worked really well until 2 outs here in this 8th inning when things have fallen apart for the Bears. As the 2-2 pitch is in the dirt and heading down to second with the stolen bases, Cassian.
Not even a throw from the catcher, Tapia.
Yeah, really no chance. Huge jump. Ball is in the dirt at that situation. Better just to hold on to it. So now 2 runners in scoring position, and the count is full. Mejia looking to try to extend the Tigers' lead here. As that pitch is hit.
High pop-up.
Yeah, right near home plate. And the catcher, Tapia, will make the Cats for the final out of the inning. But the Tigers tied up, and then a 3-run home run from Danny Mayer after 8 innings. Tigers lead 8-5 on the W.TV. Welcome back to Klein Family Field as we head to the top of the ninth with the Tigers in front 8-5. Tigers go to the bullpen and bring in Vince Arobio. Arobio will come in replacing Bryce Lombardi, who pitched an outstanding 4 innings. 4 shutout innings by Bryce Lombardi out of the bullpen. Clearly his best outing of the season. And now Lombardi in line for the win as Arobio will come in. Arobio just making his second appearance on the season. He has pitched 1 scoreless inning, an eventful inning that saw him give up 2 hits, a walk, and strike out 2, as the first pitch from Arobio to Cashel is in there for strike 1. Cassian stayed in and now playing right field as the Tigers are 3 outs away from the Game 1 win here, as that pitch misses for ball 1. Cashel. Alright, beg your pardon, it's a pinch hitter. Griffin Mueller is pinch hitting for Cashel. All the changes there between the inning. Mueller does not have a hit on the season. 0 for 3. As that pitch is in there for strike 2. Castro was 0 for 3 for being pinch hit, and down on strikes goes Mueller. So Arobio, his 3rd strikeout of the season, as Mueller goes down swinging for out number 1 here in the 9th. Ryan, you were commenting looked like he was throwing some heat during warm-ups. There was a heater that Mueller wasn't able to catch up with.
Came in and threw several fastballs right in a row. Wants to put this game away.
That'll bring up shortstop Jacob Eck. Eck has had a nice afternoon at the plate. 2 for 3. 2-run RBI single in the 2nd. Singled in the 4th before a ground out in the 6th. As that ball is hammered past a diving Verlin at first and into right field. So Eck continues his nice day at the plate with his 3rd hit. A 1-out single, and back to the top of the order. So that'll bring up Ryan Yamani. Yamani is 2 for 4, doubled and scored in the 1st, and an infield single in the 7th. Ricky Reynoso started the game for the Tigers. Went 4 innings, allowed 5 runs, and then 4 shutout innings by Bryce Lombardi to keep the Tigers in it. And then Tigers finally took the lead in the bottom of the 8th as that pitch is fouled off out of play. And Arobio gets the call here in the 9th to try to pick up the save. And the Tigers 2 outs away from the win. The 0-1 pitch in there for a called strike, and stealing 2nd is Eck. Huge jump. Tigers didn't even bother trying to throw down. Seen that several times here this afternoon. And that pitch almost looked like it slipped out of the hand of Arobio as he was throwing, as I missed high and outside.
Once again, Yakel sticks his glove out at the last second to grab that one. Otherwise, it would have been back to the backstop.
Arobio takes a quick glance, but really not holding the runner on with the 3-run lead as that pitch misses. Long look over by Yakel to the Tiger dugout. Yamoni's been standing in there set and ready for the pitch. and he fouls it off of his leg at the plate. The first base umpire near second was the one who first started calling foul. Foul is off the leg of Yamone. It went fair, but once it hit Yamone, that's a foul ball. 1 out, runner on second. Robio looking to pick up the save. That pitch seemed like it got away from him and misses high. Full count. 2 Yamone, 1 down. Eck the runner at second. And that pitch misses high, and that'll bring the tying run to the plate as Yamone works the walk. And now
looks like Yekel's going to call a meeting to the mound.
And it's going to be a few more.
To settle a Robio down.
And coming in with a 3-run lead, you want is to walk a batter and bring up the tying run to the plate, but that's just what happened as Yamone reaches base for the 3rd time here this afternoon, and that'll bring up Tyler Yamaguchi. Yamaguchi is 2 for 3, single, a double, also struck out, and then a sacrifice in his last at bat. And now
umpire looks like he's going out there to get things moving.
Yeah, didn't quite make it on the mound before the Tigers broke it up themselves.
A Robio from Burlingame, California, just across the bay. You know, he'd like to get a save in this situation. Did set up the double play with the walk to Yamane. I bet his coach was telling him, you know, just throw pitches that'll put the ball in play and let the defense do the rest.
And we've seen that defense do outstanding work all afternoon as that first pitch is in there for a called strike. And not a lot of clean pants out there in the Tigers defense. The 0-1 swung on a miss for strike 2. The Bears scored a run in the first, 2 in the second, and 2 in the third, but have been held scoreless since. As the Tigers completed the comeback with the 4-run 8th to take the 8-5 lead. As the 0-2, a high fly ball that looks like will go out of play, and it does. Verlin was over there hoping it would tail back and he would have a chance to make the catch, but the only person who had a chance to make the play were the kids on the grassy hill. So the count remains no balls and 2 strikes. One out here in the top of the 9th inning.
Whoa.
You know,
high and inside.
You know, like when a Robio's missed, it's been very high.
Yeah.
Yekel having to jump up and grab that one. And last thing you want here is a
wild pitch.
And advance both runners into scoring position. And
ooh.
That
one was fouled off.
The umpire.
Yeah. Took the umpire's face mask off.
Now he's looking for
a scorecard in the dirt. Yakels will go out there and try to talk to a Robio again.
I think this is more to get that home plate umpire a second to gather himself and now
collect his thoughts.
Yeah.
The trainer's out talking to the home plate umpire.
And now the other umpires are coming up too. We have a conversation at home with the umpires. So,
Yekel, the senior, probably trying to just get his pitcher to throw strikes.
which Arroyo has done better here in this at-bat. And a reminder, the Scholar Share Tiger Pack is back for just $40. You can grab 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 sodas to any Pacific baseball game. It's the best value in town. For more information about the Scholar Share Tiger Pack, head online to pacifictigers.com/Tiger Pack.
So the umpire gets a little applause from the crowd for taking one to the face.
Again, that's about the only time an umpire gets cheered.
That's
Or
true,
gets a-
Paul. That's true.
The tough way.
The tough way.
So the count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes, and a line drive foul straight back to the net. Plenty of opportunities to take advantage of that Scholar Share Tiger Pack. The Tigers, one more game here this afternoon, and then they're also home on Tuesday, 6:30 game against South Dakota State. And that pitch just misses the outside corner for ball 2. And then after Tuesday, the Tigers go on the road for a couple weeks, playing 4 at Washington and 3 at BYU. Really, after Tuesday, not many home games left in the month of March for the Tigers. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the 9th. And that's a hopper too short. The throw to first just in time to get Yamaguchi. So a nice job there by Sandry with a strong throw. So Yamaguchi is retired 6-3. Both Eck and Yamone advance a base, but the Tigers now 1 out away from the win. As up comes Cole Maltese. Maltese, 1 for 4 on the afternoon. Tripled back in the 3rd inning. It's grounded out twice to Wagner at 3rd and then struck out swinging in his last at-bat. First pitch swinging, fouled off at the plate. After today, 2 of the Tigers' next 12 games are at home. So after today, just 2 home games the rest of this month. And that pitch in there for a called strike, and the Tigers now 1 strike away from the Game 1 win. Robio looking to pick up the save. And there it is. Down on strikes goes Maltese as he gets caught looking, and that'll do it here for Game 1. The Tigers come from behind for the 8-5 win. The Tigers trailed 1-0 early. That lead grew all the way up to 5-1 after 2.5 innings, but then the Tigers a run in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, cut it to a 5-4 deficit, and then Bryce Lombardi, an outstanding 4 innings of relief, not allowing a run, keeping the Tigers in it, and then Lombardi will end up getting the win, his first win of the season, as the Tigers in the 8th inning put a 2-out rally together. As with a runner on first and 2 outs, it was Sandry who singled to put runners on first and second with 2 outs. Verlin then followed with a single to right, scoring Yekel and tying it up. And then with the new pitcher coming in, Cody Carroll, it was Danny Mayer with a 3-run blast to left to put the Tigers in front, and that would be the final as Vince Arrobio came in and picked up the save in the 8-5 win. So the final line score, the Northern Colorado Bears 5 runs, 11 hits, 3 errors. They left 7 on base. The Tigers 8 runs, 13 hits, 1 error, and they left 10 on base, but the Tigers find a way to get the win. Tigers with the win improve to 4-7. The Bears with the loss fall to 2-9. And before we take a quick break and be back in a bit with Game 2, Brian, any final comments?
Well, it looks like the players for the Tigers are meeting on the 3rd base line. Going to have a couple words about today's first game and then head back into the dugout. Maybe some of them are going to put on clean pants, Paul, and then they'll get out there and we'll do this whole thing again.
Yep, and it'll take about a half-hour break, and we'll be back with Game 2 as Tigers with some great defense and great bullpen pitching come from behind and pick up the 8-5 win here in Game 1 As your final score once again here in Game 1, Pacific Tigers 8, Northern Colorado Bears 5. We will be back in about half hour with Game 2 of this doubleheader. You're watching Pacific Baseball on the W.TV. Welcome back to Klein Family Field as we get set for Game 2 of the doubleheader here this afternoon between the Northern Colorado Bears and your Pacific Tigers. Paul Meiskens along with Brian Kasman as the Tigers won Game 1 and come from behind fashion, winning 8-5 as we get set for the final game here this afternoon. On the mound for the Tigers, the right-hander number 38, Taylor Johnson on the season, is 0-1 with a 6.75 ERA. In 4 innings, he has allowed 3 earned runs while walking 1 and striking out 3, while defensively behind him will be in the outfield from left to right, Mayer, Wagner, and Halstead. In the infield, Robertson at third, Sandry at short, Mejia at second, Verlin at first, and J.P. Yackel behind the plate.
Well, Paul, the story behind the first game was great defense by this Tigers infield with some clutch hitting when there were some opportune times. Pretty good pitching on both teams' middle relievers until the Bears pitcher Nakakura gave up a 2-out run. They took him out, and the replacement promptly gave up a 3-run home run.
And that 3-run home run by Mayer was the difference as we get set as Ryan Yamoni takes ball 1, and we're underway at 1:41 p.m. Starting to get a little bit chilly outside, a little cooler than it was an hour or two ago, as the 1-0 is in there for a called strike.
Well, Paul, apparently Yackel didn't get the memo about changing his pants.
I don't think anybody did. I don't think there was really enough time to go do that.
Yeah.
As that pitch is in there for a called strike 2. Taylor Johnson on the mound for the Tigers. On the mound for the Bears, which we'll go over more in the bottom half, will be Nick Tanner. As a bit of a blooper will be caught by Sandry at short. So Yamoni is retired on the pop-up to short to get us going here in Game 2.
Now batting third baseman, number 5, Tyler Yamaguchi.
So that'll bring up Tyler Yamaguchi. Yamaguchi now hitting .240 on the season. As first pitch swing, it's a line drive right at Verlin. So, quick 2 up and 2 down. A big difference than the start of last game that saw the Bears routinely get the leadoff batter on base as they scored in the first 3 innings to jump out to the 5-1 lead. But talked about Lombardi with 4 shutout innings, and then Arobio came in and picked up the save as that pitch misses low to Maltese for ball 1.
Johnson, another local boy from Lodi, California, played his high school ball at St. Mary's. Lots of members of the Tigers local.
As a hard hit ball right to the shortstop, Sandry, who will fire across for the out. So a good start here for Johnson. A 1-2-3 top of the first inning after half inning, no score on the W.TV. Welcome back to Klein Family Field as we head to the bottom of the first inning. We'll take a look at the Bears defense from left to right in the outfield. Reese, Cashel, and Maltese, while in the infield, Yamaguchi, Eck, Yamoni, and Minnick. And then now getting the start behind the plate here in Game 2 is Jake Garcia, while on the mound, a junior left-hander, Nick Tanner. Tanner started Game 1 and played in right field and now gets to start here on the mound in Game 2. Tanner on the season has not allowed an earned run all season. He has pitched 11 2/3 innings, allowed just 8 hits, 3 unearned runs, 4 walks, 6 strikeouts. So Tanner gets to start here as the Bears look to avoid a sweep here in Stockton this weekend, as Kevin Sandry will lead off for the Tigers. As the first pitch to Sandry in there for a called strike. Sandry on the season batting .341. Had some nice plays defensively in Game 1 as that pitch misses for ball 1.
If you remember back to the first game, Tanner was the one who made the errant throw over the catcher's glove.
Yeah, and that was an errant. That bounced in the... trying to say it hit him, but the ball bounced 5-10 way in front of home, almost bounced on the grass, and then bounced up and hit him.
You know, Paul, I've been a baseball fan a long time. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. The pitch bouncing several feet in front of even the dirt that goes near home plate and nicking the batter.
Yeah, so now we'll have a discussion as the Jeopardy theme plays. But you're talking about Tanner. It was that game-tying RBI base hit in the 8th inning that Yekel was waved around. Tanner fielded the base hit in shallow right field, and his throw home sailed way over the catcher.
You could tell he had an arm, but it was way off.
Yeah. And that pitch was well off, but short. And so Sandry, for the second game in a row, reaches base with a leadoff hit by pitches in the bottom of the first inning. In the first game, the Tigers had back-to-back hit by pitches.
That's true, Paul.
Not the way you'd expect to start a game. That'll bring up Dylan Robertson in his first pitch swinging, and that's a routine fly ball to right field that Maltese will make the catch. So Robertson getting the start here in Game 2. First pitch swinging, flies out to right. And that'll bring up Danny Mayer. Mayer now hitting .283. His 4th home run of the season was a 3-run blast in the 8th inning to give the Tigers the 8-5 lead, which it ended up being the final after a shutout or a scoreless 9th inning by Arobio as that throw over to first. Sandry easily back in time. Mayer, the junior left fielder, watches that pitch miss high and outside for ball 1.
After that home run, Mayer took off his helmet, showing off a big mop of red hair, similar to you, Paul.
Not a bad color to have your hair.
Not a bad color. Tiger color.
The pitch to Mayer there hits the outside corner for strike 1. Mentioned that was Mayer's 4th home run, now 15 RBIs on the season. 9 of his 15 hits have been for extra bases. And it's once again a throw over to first.
And you could really tell that home run ignited this crowd and the Tiger team to pull it together, and they really the mood here has changed quite a bit since that home run.
Yes, that is a 2-hopper to second, the flip to second for one, the return throw to first in time. So a good defensive play there from the Bears after 3 errors in Game 1. So the Tigers get a leadoff base runner but do not score. After 1 inning, Bears and Tigers scoreless on the W.TV. Welcome back to Klein Family Field as we head to the second inning. Bears and Tigers scoreless. The 4-5-6 part of the Bears order due up, and fans don't forget that every Sunday is Sunday Fun Day, where kids 12 and under are invited to run the bases and get autographs from the team as part of the post-game autograph session. It's a Sunday Fun Day here at Klein Family Field, as that pitch is lined as center field and will hang up long enough for Wagner to make the catch. So we've seen some aggressive first pitch swinging by both teams so far here in game two, as Tanner flies out to left or to center for out number one, and that'll bring up Brett Minnick, the first baseman, hitting .205 on the season. The first pitch from Johnson right down the middle for a called strike. Scoreless first inning, the first time this weekend, as game one of this series saw the Tigers lead 4-2 after the first inning. The Bears led 1-0 after the first inning in game one. That pitch, he chases in the dirt. They'll throw down the first to complete the strikeout, and they do. So Minnick goes down on strikes, and then 2-3 on the putout. So 2 up and 2 down here in the second, and that'll bring up Dan Reese.
Now batting left fielder number 18, Dan Reese.
Reese got his first 2 hits of the season in game one, now hitting .222 on the season. As Johnson just misses the outside corner for ball one. Johnson wasting no time, again looking for that outside corner, and once again missing for ball two. Wind blowing in a little bit, and that ball is hit high into the sky in left field, but that should be an easy catch for Mayer to make, and he does. So once again, a 1-2-3 top of the second after inning and a half, no score between the Tigers and the Bears on the W.TV.
You will have the chance to learn.
We head to the bottom of the second inning with the 4-5-6 part of the Tigers order due up. Brusa, Halstead, and Verlin. As scoreless through an inning and a half, and the first pitch from Tanner misses high for ball one. Brusa hitting .293 on the season, had 1 hit in the game one win earlier today as a swing and a miss there for strike one. Way out in front on that off-speed pitch is Brusa for strike two. So far, this game has been complete opposite of last game, which started out as a slugfest. So far, 9 outs without a hit. As the count now, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Brusa, who hits a chopper foul past Coach Mike New.
And Tanner coming in doing a nice job after playing the whole first game in right field.
Yeah.
Foul ball there off Bruce's arm.
And we've seen some good pitching at times. Nakakura, until that 2-out rally by the Tigers, had pitched well. And Lombardi pitched 4 shutout innings. And Tanner comes into this game yet to allow an earned run on the mound as that pitch misses high. Although we did see the Bears defense let them down with 3 errors in game 1. And that ball is lined foul once again. Infield playing well back. Middle infield, edge of the infield dirt and outfield grass. As the ball is hit high into the sky in the left center. And it'll be the left fielder Reese who settles under and makes the catch. So Bruce has retired F7 for out number 1, and that'll bring up Lucas Halstead.
Number 15, Lucas Halstead.
Halstead batting .352 on the season. And the first pitch from Tanner misses outside for ball 1. One 0 pitch in there for a called strike, and I think I figured out what the key for their pitching is whether they have high socks or not.
Well, it seems that that's the truth.
Tanner, no high socks. And that pitch is fouled off out of play towards the beach volleyball courts.
Paul, maybe you should try wearing high socks.
Well, if it didn't work out for the Bears, maybe it wouldn't work out well for me.
Well, I'm just saying.
Give it a go and see what happens.
Yep.
That pitch misses high for ball 2. I don't think high socks over my kind of pants would work as well as baseball pants. That's a ground ball right to the shortstop. Barely had to move at all. Eck makes the throw, and so 2 up and 2 down here in the bottom of the second. So neither team yet with the hit. Tigers did have a leadoff batter reach a hit by pitch before an inning-ending double play, and so up comes Nate Verlin. Verlin now hitting .360 on the season. Watches first pitch from Tanner miss low and outside for ball 1. Tanner again looking for that outside corner, misses. Seems like Tanner has been working the outside part of the plate here early on, as he now comes in and misses for ball 3.
And Verlin with that nice triple in the first game really ignited the Tigers' offense when they were down 5-1.
And he'll now head down to first with a 4-pitch walk. So after 2 pitches missed outside, then Tanner looking for that inside corner, missed twice, and so the Tigers with a 2-out base runner, and up comes Luis Mejia. Mejia batting .302 on the season.
Verlin has attempted a stolen base on the season.
Pitch misses for ball 1. 5 straight pitches out of the zone by Tanner. As he pitches out of the stretch. And that went right down the middle for a called strike. The wind definitely is picking up, kind of a swirling wind. I don't think it looks like any rain will hold off and allow us to play 2 games today after just 1 game over the last 2 days. As that pitch right down the middle, off-speed pitch, a called strike. And now the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. To Luis Mejia. Wagner is on deck. Should Mejia reach? And now timeout is called at home by the home plate umpire. And the Scholarshare Tiger Pack is back for just $40. You can grab 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 sodas to any Pacific baseball game. It's the best value in town. For more information about the Scholarshare Tiger Pack, head online to pacifictigers.com/tigerpack. As that pitch is fouled off out of play. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Verlin, the runner, at first after a 2-out walk. And that's lined in the right, and there's our first base hit of Game 2. A 2-out single by Luis Mejia. Nice battle there. Mejia fouled off a couple pitches before taking that 1-2 pitch and lining it into right field. And speaking of guys that have had a busy day at the plate and defensively, up comes J.J. Wagner, who gets the start here in Game 2 in center field after playing third base in Game 1. Batting .244 on the season as that pitch misses low for ball 1. Tigers scored all 4 of their runs in the 8th inning with 2-out base hits. 2-out single to tie it, and then the 2-out 3-run home run by Mayer to take the lead. As that pitch hit well into the sky and to center field. Cashel will settle under and make the catch. So the Tigers get a pair of base runners but do not score after 2 innings. Bears and Tigers tied at 0 on the W.TV. We head to the top of the 3rd inning. Northern Colorado and Pacific scoreless as the 7, 8, 9 part of the Bears order due up here. Garcia, Cashel, and Eck against Taylor Johnson, who gets the start here in Game 2 for the Tigers after the 8-5 win by Pacific earlier today. Jake Garcia getting the start behind the plate here in Game 2, batting just .53 on the season, as that pitch is in there for a called strike. Garcia starting in his 9th game. Watches that 0-1 pitch miss high for ball 1. One off-speed pitch in there for strike 2. Garcia, a junior from Albuquerque, New Mexico. 6 foot 185 junior. Now down in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that pitch is fouled off out of play. Johnson on the mound waiting for Garcia to get back in. And now the 1-2 pitch once again. This one's lined into right field, and that'll be caught. A nice sliding catch there made by Halstead and right. Almost looked like a similar ball hit that was the Tigers' first hit of the afternoon, but hung up long enough for Halstead to make a sliding catch. So Garcia is retired on the line out to right for out number 1. And that'll now bring up Rob Cashel, the Bears center fielder, hitting 186.
So the pattern continues with good defense for the Tigers.
As that pitch is in there for a called strike. Also, the good pattern continues of getting the leadoff batter out. And that pitch is bounced foul down the left field line. Cashel, a senior from Park City, Utah. As that pitch misses in the dirt.
Lots of skiing up there in Park City.
I would guess. I've never been. Have you?
I have.
Really?
It's a ski town.
One-two pitch, fouled off out of play. How long ago were you in Park City, Utah?
Well, funny you should ask. I was actually there in the summer.
Oh,
They still have the lifts going. You can ride up the mountain, get a nice view of the outlying valley. Don't remember seeing a baseball field while I was there.
maybe you weren't in. I guess you were. Park City. That pitch is lined right at the shortstop. Once again, good defensive play, right spot. Sandry there to make the catch. So another line out. This one is short. And 2 up, 2 down. And up comes Jacob Eck.
Now batting shortstop number 2, Jacob Eck.
Eck had several base hits in game 1, including a 2-out, 2-run single in the second inning. Now hitting .319 on the season. And Johnson so far has not allowed a base runner until now. So Eck continues his good day swinging the bat. A line drive single to center field. And after 8 up, 8 down, the Bears have a 2-out base runner. And back to the top of the order, and Ryan Yamani. Yamani popped up to short in his first at-bat. Batting from the left side, and throw over to check on Eck. Eck, 4 stolen bases on the season. Certainly a situation here where wouldn't be surprised to see him try to get into scoring position.
No, wouldn't be surprised at all, Paul. Eck's essentially been the fire of the Bears offense since about the 4th inning of game 1.
He almost as well as he was hitting the bat. Surprised he didn't move up perhaps in the order, still batting ninth. It's count now, no balls, 1 strike to Yamoni. And once again a throw over to first to check on Eck. And they're going to call a balk. So Eck will move into the scoring position. The balk called against Taylor Johnson.
That was really Johnson's first mistake of the game.
Perhaps trying to worry a little too much about a base runner on first with 2 outs, and now the Bears have a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. As that pitch misses outside. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, and high fly ball in the infield, and that'll be caught for the final out. So the Bears get a 2-out base hit, but do not score after 2.5 innings. Bears and Tigers scoreless on the W.TV.
Looks like we have Kate.
Welcome back to Klein Family Field as we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. The 9-1-2 part of the Tigers order due up as J.P. Yackel steps in. Fries cut fresh from Idaho potatoes every day in every restaurant with that addictive, craveable seasoning. For the nearest location or to order online, visit wingstop.com as that pitch misses high for ball 1. Yackel batting .281 on the season. Reached base several times in game 1 as that ball is hit high to right center, and it'll be the center fielder Cashel who will come over and make the catch. So Yackel is retired for out number 1. And back to the top of the order, Kevin Sandry.
Shortstop, number 8, Kevin Sandridge.
The Tigers freshman shortstop who was hit by a pitch to start the bottom of the 1st for the 2nd game in a row. As he's first pitch swinging, a fly ball to shallow left center, and it'll be the left fielder Reese who will make the catch. So a quick 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the 3rd. And that'll now bring up Dylan Robertson.
Now batting third baseman, number 10, Dylan Robertson.
Robertson hitting 188 on the season, getting the start here in game 2 at third base, flew out to right field in his first at bat, and he will watch first pitch fastball go in there for a called strike. Tanner quickly working off-speed pitch there, misses for ball 1. Robertson steps out and asks for time briefly before getting back in for the 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss there for strike 2. Tanner, as mentioned, has not allowed an earned run all season. Does not have a strikeout yet, as that pitch misses for ball 2. I say he's throwing a lot better than his throw from right field in the 8th inning of game 1.
That's right, Paul. He's hitting his spots now.
And there he had Robertson looking for something else. So Tanner gets his first strikeout of the afternoon. A 1-2-3 bottom of the third after 3 innings. Bears and Tigers scoreless on the W.TV. We head to the top of the fourth inning. Neither team has scored a run. Both sides with just one hit through 3 innings.
Third baseman number 5, Tyler Yamaguchi.
As after an offensive filled game one, so far this game has belonged to the pitchers, both Taylor Johnson for Pacific and Nick Tanner for the Bears, as the 2-3-4 part of the order due up for the Bears is the first pitch to Yamaguchi misses for ball 1. Johnson had retired the first 8 straight before a 2-out base hit by Eck. Yamoni then popped up to end the third inning as that pitch is hit a long ways high and foul. And it didn't end up landing too far out of play. Sandry came a long ways thinking he might have had a chance to get to that one.
Well, I'll tell you, when it hit, it looked like it was going to go way out of bounds, but it actually wasn't that far from the fence.
Yeah, probably a little too far for him to reach even if he was there, but he had climbed on top of the rail and jump.
Well, the pros do that.
That's a nice off-speed pitch in there for a called strike.
Though Sendry certainly made some nice plays in the first game.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a freshman out there.
Does not look like a freshman. Played his high school ball at De La Salle in Concord, California, which is a feeding ground.
And that pitch is grounded to short. And, of course, as soon as we go and talk about how well he's played today, Sandry commits the error. So Yamaguchi will reach on the E6. And the leadoff base runner is on for the first time
Cole Maltese.
here in game 2, as that'll bring up Cole Maltese.
De La Salle, a feeding ground for pro prospects in both football and baseball.
So Maltese batting .226. He grounded out to short. And first pitch swinging a very high ball hit to right field. The second baseman, Mejia, kind of circled a long ways to eventually make the catch. So Maltese is retired on the fly ball to second for out number 1.
Well, that ball got hit so high in the air, the wind just kept carrying it over closer and closer to the first baseline.
Yeah, the wind kind of now blowing out towards right. So the pitcher, Nick Tanner, steps in. Well, pitches, he plays right field, and he bats cleanup. Busy day for Tanner as that pitch from Johnson misses the low.
So Tanner just batting 146 on the season, but they clearly have some confidence in his ability to hit as they left him in instead of playing the DH in this game.
A long pause here before the pitch, and runner is off, but it's fouled off out of play. Yamaguchi is 1 for 2 on stolen base attempts this season. Count now, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 away here in the fourth. Scoreless, both teams just with one hit so far. And there's a ground ball to second, on to second for one, to throw to first in time. So the air does not hurt the Tigers. A 4-6-3 double play ends the top of the fourth after 3.5. We are scoreless on the W.TV.
Get the latest news.
We head to the bottom of the fourth inning. 3, 4, 5 part of the Tigers order due up. Paul Meiskens along with Brian Kasman. Yes,
Beautiful afternoon, Paul.
it really has been. Morning into afternoon.
Yeah.
And then first pitch swing. That ball's hit a long ways, although it hangs up long enough. Cashel, the center fielder, kind of ran around a little bit of a circle as he was going back, and so
Well, you can tell the wind is really getting a hold of these balls when they're up in the air. Cashel started coming in on that drive and then basically had to start backpedaling backwards and to the right to catch up to it.
yeah, when we saw that in the last half, or the top half, I should say, with the ball hit to second base. And once again, first pitch swing. That one's straight up. That one's going to be close to us. And lands a little to our right for strike one to Brusa. Brusa 0 for 1, flew out to left in his first at-bat.
And there's a young fan who's looking to try to come back with that one. You wonder if that wind's going to have any kind of impact on the outcome of this game today, Paul.
As that pitch misses high. Yeah, weather like this, prefer to try to get ground balls. Any balls hit in the air right now seem to be an adventure. That off-speed pitch had Brusa fooled for strike two. Oh, it also seemed like some of these balls hit well to the outfield. They've hung up a little longer than expected too. Had a nice sliding catch by Halstead in the first inning.
Boy, this game is going very quickly, Paul. We're already in the bottom of the fourth.
You know, if there were people who were saying I was jinxing a perfect game in the third inning, well, they probably are also going to say you just jinxed our time of game here in the fourth. And as that pitch to Brusa misses high for ball two. You know, some people are very superstitious, some are not. Where do you fall? Are you superstitious, Brian?
Well, when I played, I liked to be the first person to over the third base line in between innings.
And Brusa will head back to the dugout as he strikes out looking for out number 2. So, since a 2-out single by Mejia in the second inning, Tanner has retired 6 straight. I go back and forth. I can be superstitious at times and then at times not at all. And that pitch is lined straight back for strike one. Although, I would guess of all sports, baseball players are probably the most superstitious.
That's a fact.
More so than basketball or football or...
Well, it's a game that breeds people who want to keep statistics.
That pitch missed for ball one. And there's the Tigers' second hit of the afternoon. So after mentioning 6 straight retired in a row, a 2-out base hit. Once again, Lucas Halstead with the single up the middle. So the Tigers, who had some good 2-out rallies in game 1, will look to put a 2-out rally together here as up comes Nate Verlin.
Number 20, Nate Verlin.
Verlin had a 2-out walk in the second before a 2-out single by Mejia, but then both were left stranded on a Wagner fly out to center. Verlin batting .360, gives a big swing there for strike one. Those of you just joining us, the Tigers won game 1 earlier today, 8-5, after trailing 5-1. As that pitch is fouled down the left field line, and that will go out of play. It's a game the Tigers trailed 5-1 before rallying, eventually tying it with a 2-out single in the 8th, and then a 2-out 3-run home run by Danny Mayer gave the Tigers the lead and the win. As that pitch just misses the outside corner for ball one.
Halstead with a pretty good lead off first. Tanner hasn't been thrown over too much
And a big
when he's
difference.
had runners on first.
Big difference from the last game where it seemed like we had a ton of throws over to first.
Yeah,
And there's the throw over to first, and they got him.
they got him.
So
Well, maybe that superstition is really coming to fruition here.
he lulled him to sleep with not throwing over instead of the big socks like earlier.
Yeah.
But so the Tigers get a 2-out base hit, but do not score. We are scoreless through 4. Tigers and the Bears on the W.TV. We head to the 5th inning, scoreless. Between innings, the home plate umpire gave us the signal to turn on the lights, which have not yet come on, but probably warming up to come on as the 5, 6, 7 part of the Bears order due up. And a scoreless game here as that pitch misses in the dirt for ball one. Minnick 0 for 1, strikeout swinging in the second inning. The 1-0 pitch there on the outside corner for strike one. Taylor Johnson so far through 4 innings has allowed just 1 hit, no walk, 1 strikeouts, only at 36 pitches. We've seen both teams swinging the bat early in counts, putting it in play, and swinging there and fouling it off is Minnick. Perhaps Northern Colorado's swinging like they got a flight to catch.
Well, they got class tomorrow, Paul.
Probably why we started at 10 a.m. today instead of the originally scheduled 12 noon. Certainly wanted to try to get at least a third game in here this weekend. Originally scheduled for 4 games this weekend, but weather did not quite cooperate the last 2 days. Weather last night was better suited for a swimming meet than a baseball game. 1-2 the count as that pitch misses high and outside for ball 2.
Interesting fact about Johnson, he missed his whole senior year in baseball in high school because he had to have Tommy John surgery.
As that pitch hit well to right center, and that is off the wall. An extra base hit. So for the second inning in a row, the Bears will have a leadoff base runner. A double to right center from Brett Minnick. I was hoping you were going to say there was a good reason why he missed his senior year. But I guess if you're going to miss your senior year, it's probably not a good sign. Back healthy and on the mound for the Tigers here. Though for the second inning in a row, the Bears a leadoff batter on. Last inning, they had their leadoff batter reach on an error before a pop-up and a double play. But Minnick now at second, and up comes Dan Reese. Reese 0 for 1, flew out to left. He shows bunt, pulls back, and takes a called strike.
And the lights here at the field have started to come on, Paul.
And much darker sky than it was even an hour ago. See if Reese is showing bunt once again. No signs of a bunt there as that pitch misses outside and in the dirt for ball 1. Already here in the 5th inning. Pitcher's duel between Taylor Johnson and Nick Tanner. As the 1-1 pitch misses low and outside for ball 2. Johnson looking for that outside corner.
Two and 1 to Reese.
Minnick, the sophomore at second base, does not have a stolen base this season. Has a big lead, and that pitch is lined foul out of play down the right field line. Chance for the Bears. Multiple chances here with runner in scoring position and no outs. Scoreless game. Johnson, long look back at second base before coming home, and once again a fly foul ball down the right field line.
2 pitches in a row now. Reese has got around late, and he's fouling him off to the right.
Johnson does have 1 strikeout on the afternoon. And that pitch hits Reese. And Reese is going to have to head back to the plate as they're going to say it hit the bat. And Bears coach is out having a conversation with home plate umpire Dan Payne. And Reese comes back and trying to show him the ball hit me here, not my bat. Reese still doesn't seem like he can believe he's going to have to come back and bat. He still keeps showing his arm.
Boy, Paul, I can see the red mark all the way up here.
And the umpire is not looking. I think Reese tried to stick his hand in front of his face like 3 times, and the home plate umpire just wasn't going to look at it.
I couldn't tell whether maybe it hit the bat first. I don't know.
So back to the plate goes Dan Reese after the foul ball. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs here in the top of the 5th. And that ball is lined into the gap in left center. That'll score a run. So perhaps even better for Reese. He got to go back to the plate and he lines the base hit in the left center, and the Bears lead 1-0.
Now batting pitcher number 12, Jake Garcia.
So the leadoff double quickly comes back to hurt the Tigers as Reese with the RBI single.
Yeagel's going out to the mound to talk to Johnson.
Johnson had retired the first 8 in a row before a 2-out single in the 3rd.
Now the whole team's going to come in for a meeting on the mound. Coach New makes his way out there.
So the Tigers once again here in game 2 will have to come from behind. Right now it's just a 1-0 deficit, although facing Nick Tanner, who has not allowed an earned run all season. And it's like that'll do it for Johnson. So a very quick hook as we will take a break and be right back. Bears lead the Tigers 1-0 on the W.TV. Welcome back to Klein Family Field as the Tigers go to the bullpen and bring in Jordan Gonzalez. Gonzalez on the season
Catcher number 12, Jake Garcia.
has an ERA of 11.25 in 4 innings. He has allowed 5 hits, 5 earned runs, walked 7, and struck out 6. And while watching him warm up, the first time I've seen him this season, a very violent motion. The best way I could describe it is Jake Garcia, the Bears catcher, steps in. He is 0 for 1 as that pitch from Gonzalez misses outside for ball 1. So Taylor Johnson goes 4+ innings, allows 3 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, 1 strikeout. He is responsible for the runner on first, as he leaves in line for the loss should the Tigers be unable to rally to tie or take the lead. As that pitch misses high for ball 2.
Gonzalez out of Turlock, California.
Junior, right-hander, 6'3", 210. That's lined straight back for strike 1.
Very unconventional delivery.
And not that I would have had a chance against really any of these pitchers to probably hit the ball, but I think right now this is the one pitcher today I've seen that I really would not want to be up there trying to hit, as that is hit just foul down the first base line. And Lombardi was pretty impressive in his 4 shutout innings and threw the ball hard, but his motion was a little more normal, we'll say, than
Gonzalez's whole body really comes through.
you can see why he probably hit both his strikeouts and walks are high. 7 walks, 6 strikeouts in 4 innings this season. As either misses the zone or when he hits it, batters can't quite figure it out. Although he has given up 5 earned runs in 4 innings. And check swing there, and that line shot landed in the second row of seats. Fortunately, missed the guy in the row right in front. Two balls, 2 strikes, no outs here in the top of the 5th. Bears already with a run in to lead 1-0. Inning led off with a double from Minnick, and then Reese, after thinking he was hit by a pitch, got sent back to the plate and lined the single to left center for the RBI. And that throw, plenty of time to throw out Reese.
Well, you know, we've said it all afternoon and all morning. Yekel with just doing a sensational job behind the plate today.
Yeah, and really, that play at second wasn't even close.
I mean, two good throws we've seen him make today to second base.
So
He's
just like
thrown out 2 guys.
just like that, the bases are now empty, and the 2-2 pitch fouled off out of play. Tigers in the bottom half of the inning will have the 6, 7, 8 part of the order due up. They'll trail for the first time here in Game 2. Well, it's just a 1-0 deficit. Yes, once again, fouled off out of play. Garcia on the season, 1 for 20, 1 walk. His 1 hit was a double. He struck out 9 times. Getting the start here in Game 2.
Full count, 3-2, 1 out.
And
In the dirt.
It was quite a high bat flip there by Garcia as he heads
Must
down.
have just been excited to not have to take another pitch from Gonzalez.
Yeah, well, also just the 3rd time this season he's reached base, his 2nd walk, and only has 1 hit.
Well,
So down to first goes Garcia with the walk, and that'll bring up Rob Cashel. Cashel lined out to short in his first at-bat. Back in the 3rd inning. The 8th batter set down in a row by Tiger starter Taylor Johnson. As that pitch misses low for ball 1.
And you know Cashel would like to get to the on-deck man, Eck, who's had a great day today hitting.
And that pitch is in there. Yeah, they definitely love it to have multiple runners on base with Eck. Maybe number 9 in the order, but could argue been swinging the best bat here today for the Bears. One is grounded.
There's a base hit.
Yeah, through the hole in the left field. So after the walk, Cashel follows with a base hit. And that cut stealing looks even bigger now. It could be bases loaded, no outs. If not for the great throw by Yako to throw out Reese. So now runners on first and second and 2 outs. And up comes Jacob Eck. Eck 1 for 1 here in game 2. Singled in the third. Now hitting .333 on the season. .375 with runners in scoring position. As he steps in from the right side against Jordan Gonzalez. As that fastball misses high, and now Yako will head out to the mound. The City of Stockton Municipal Utilities Department asks you to help with water quality and water conservation. Help us maintain clean rivers and a clean delta for everyone by reporting any sewage or bad smelling water in the street or water running in gutters. Reporting possible problems helps everyone to maintain a clean water supply and healthy environment. Call the 24-hour Emergency Service Center at 209-937-8341. And now we will have a pitching change in the middle of the at-bat. So we will take a break and be right back. Bears lead 1-0 on the W.TV. Tigers go to the bullpen and bring in Justin Giovannoni. And Lincoln Center, Stockton's premier shopping and dining destination. Enjoy boutique shopping, our award-winning restaurants, and family-friendly atmosphere. Conveniently located at Pacific Avenue and Benjamin Holt, less than 15 minutes from the University of the Pacific. Visit LincolnCenterShops.com for a list of stores that offer a discount to all UOP students. Lincoln Center, always in style. So the Tigers bring in the right-hander Justin Giovannoni on the season. an ERA of 3.38 in 8 innings. He's allowed 8 hits, 6 runs, only 3 of which were earned, while walking 3 and striking out 4. So Giovanni comes in to face Eck with runners on first and second and 1 out. So the only out recorded while Gonzalez was on the mound was the runner caught stealing. And Giovanni, first pitch hits the inside corner for strike 1. Or I should say strike 2. The count was already 1-1. As Giovanni comes in a big situation here facing Jacob Eck, who's swinging a hot bat here in Stockton. As both runners take off, and that ball is hit through the hole in the left field for a base hit. Coming in and scoring is Garcia. Cashel in the third, and so a great piece of hitting there by Eck as the runners were in motion, making a huge hole on the left side, and Eck just hit it right through in the left field for the RBI, and the Bears now lead 2-0.
And he's been the spark of the Bears this afternoon.
So the lead now 2-0, and back to the top of the order in Ryan Yamoni, who is 0 for 2, a pair of pop-ups in the infield. Tigers could really use here. Also perhaps ground ball up the middle and try to turn 2 and keep the deficit at just 2 runs. First pitch from Giovanni to Yamoni misses for ball 1. The only out of this inning was a caught stealing. As all 5 batters so far here in the 5th inning have reached base, as a bunt attempt there goes foul. Giovanni, sophomore right-hander, 6 foot 175 from, guess where? Stockton, California. You mentioned Tigers. Linden High School.
Yeah.
Stockton, California. A lot of local players, as you'd expect. And there's the fake to first move. Did not catch anybody off base and just held on to it. That pop-up will find the seats. And the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter, Yamoni. Yamani on the season, 12 for 43, just 1 RBI. A good RBI opportunity here with runners on the corners and just 1 out. And once again, fakes the third and looks at first. Giovanni, the long look in. Runner on first takes off, the ball's in the dirt, and they will just hold on to it. So X steals second, and that'll take away the double play opportunity and put in another runner in scoring position for Yamoni. That'll bring the corner infield, Robertson at third and Verlin at first, a step or 2 in, although still kind of even with the bag. Middle infield playing on the edge of the infield dirt and outfield grass. They'll give up a run on a ground ball hit up the middle if it gets past Giovanni on the mound, as the 2-2 pitch is lined just foul down the right field line.
Boy, Another one down the right field line that to me looked like it was fair. But they called it foul. There was that one in the first game.
Perhaps the wind that's blowing towards right is what kept that ball from being fair. Another 2-2 pitch to come here. And misses low, and the count now full. Minnick led off the inning with a double. Reese followed with a single to score a run. Reese was then caught stealing before a walk by Garcia, and then back-to-back hits by Cashel and Eck. As the Bears lead 2-0, looking to add more. Full count pitch. Fouled off. First 3 or 4 innings seemed like a lot of first, second pitch in plays. And now some lengthy battles as the Tigers are on to their second reliever of the inning. Johnson started the 5th, but did not record an out. Then Tigers went to the bullpen, and now on their second pitcher out of the bullpen here, Giovannone, as that pitch is in the dirt for ball 4. And that'll load the bases as Giovannone heads to first, and Yako had to chase it down to make sure Cashel at third didn't try to come in and score.
Now batting third baseman number 5, Tyler Yamaguchi.
So bases loaded, 1 out. Up comes Tyler Yamaguchi. Lined out to first in the first, and then reached on an E6 in the 4th. Tigers looking to try to turn 2 here and in the long top of the 5th. Now time is called. Home plate umpire Dan Payne points at Yako. Corner infield, little in, middle playing well back. Is that pitch in there for a called strike? Mentioned Giovannone, just 4 strikeouts in 8 innings so far this season. That pitch misses high for ball 1. On deck for the Bears is Cole Maltese. He is also over 2. The Bears lead 2-0. 2 runs already in here in the 5th. As foul ball out of play down the right field line for strike 2. Mentioned after this game here today, the Tigers will be back home on Tuesday. 6:30 p.m. contest against South Dakota State. As the 1-2 pitch misses outside for ball 2. The Bears will be headed to Nebraska for 2 games against the Cornhuskers. Before they return home for their home opener against the San Diego State team that we will see here Tuesday. A chance for 2 here, 6-4, and not in time at first to turn the double play. So the Bears avoid the double play. Yamaguchi gets into the fielder's choice 6-4, beats out the throw at first, and so coming in and scoring is Cashel, and the Bears lead 3-0. Got the ground ball, a chance to turn 2, but just
And Yekel going out there with some signs. Looking back to the dugout.
the 8th batter of the inning coming to the plate for the Bears. As Maltese is 0 for 2 in first pitch swinging a high fly ball into center field, making the catch a ways in front of the warning track is Wagner. But the Bears score 3 runs in the 5th, and after 4.5 innings, Bears lead the Tigers 3-0 on the W.TV. Tigers will once again have to come from behind as they now trail 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. The 6, 7, 8 part of the Tigers order due up. Nate Verlin will lead it off. Verlin hitting .360 on the season, reached on a walk in his first at-bat. And don't forget to mark your counters for every Tuesday. Bring your hunger every Tuesday home game for $1 hot dog days at the ballpark. And the next Tuesday home game will be this Tuesday at 6:30 as that pitch is grounded, and it's going to be a tough play for the shortstop. And really, Eck would have had a tough time, even if he had been able to field that, to get up and have enough time to throw out Verlin. So Verlin reaches on the infield single to short, and the Tigers with a leadoff batter on base for the second time here in Game 2. Just the Tigers' 3rd hit against Nick Tanner as Luis Mejia steps in. And Mejia has one of those 3 hits as Mejia got the Tigers' first hit off Tanner with a 2-out single in the 2nd inning. As that pitch misses low, the appeal to first, he did not go around for ball 1. Mejia now .315 on the season. Well, Nick Tanner on the mound for the Bears has not allowed an earned run yet this season as that pitch misses high for ball 2.
Big hanging curveball there.
See if maybe Tanner comes out a little rusty. He had to sit in the dugout for a long time during that top of the 5th.
Yeah.
The first 4 innings, really, both sides quickly up.
And with the weather being chilly, he might have cooled off pretty well.
Tigers certainly will hope so, as they're going to need more than just a run off of the left-hander who hasn't allowed an earned run all season, has allowed just 3 unearned runs in 15 2/3, as that is in there for a called strike. Tanner's pitch count only at 52 pitches. Very efficient through 4+ innings so far. As that ball is hit well to left. That could be off the wall. It lands at the base of the wall and left. That'll be extra bases. On to third is Verlin. And in the second, a stand-up double for Luis Mejia.
That was a nice play. That was a nice hit by Mejia. The little guy out of Live Oak, California.
So
way up there.
Yeah, I almost thought off the bat it might hit higher up in the wall. It ended up just landing right at the base of the wall, but either way, so after the leadoff infield single, the hardest hit ball of the afternoon off of Tanner, a double from Mejia, and all of a sudden the Tigers are threatening to score with second and third and no outs as up comes J.J. Wagner. Wagner flew out to center in his first at-bat. Batting .239 on the season, 6 RBIs, chance to drive in a couple here. First pitch swinging, misses for strike one. And the Tigers trailed 5-1 in the first game before coming back and winning 8-5. Trail here 3-0. Does look like there is action in the Bears bullpen. As that pitch misses in the dirt for ball one. Everybody's looking over at third base coaching box for the sign. Booper in a right. Will it land? It won't. Nice running catch here made by the right fielder. Tagging up and coming in. Play at the plate and sliding in under the tag is Verlin. That was a close play at home when Verlin slides in and scores. So J.J. Wagner, the sac fly scoring Verlin. The first earned run of the season given up by Nick Tanner, and the Tigers are on the board.
And Garcia looks like he's a little shaken up after that play at the plate.
Kind of lifting his leg and now going to be checked out.
Verlin came, slid into his right leg. He was trying to block the plate, but then the ball popped out of his glove. He wants to stay in there.
So that'll bring up J.P. Yackel, still a runner in scoring position. Lead now cut down to 2 as Yackel batting .273 after flying out to center field in the third inning as that pitch misses high for ball one. Yackel does not have an extra base hit yet this season. Does have 4 runs batted in. As that pitch in there for a called strike. Yackel, I'm sure, will be one of the Tigers players who most enjoy the off day tomorrow before playing again Tuesday. Catching both games of this doubleheader, and now a ball hit to the right side. A close play at first. Not in time. Yackel beats it out for a base hit. Bit of an awkward play at first as he kind of had
Very awkward play at first, ball.
Go to the inside of the baseline to reach around first. Second baseman Yamone really had to go a long way to get it. I was surprised he got there and made the play so close.
Yackel made a pretty acrobatic play to get his foot on the first base bag because the first baseman's leg was in the way of his running path.
Yeah, I wonder if had he not beaten the throw, if perhaps they might have called interference on the first baseman. I mean, It really was blocking the base path. So now a conversation on the mound, and somebody's up and has been up throwing quickly in the Bears bullpen. Perhaps that long delay during the 5th inning has cooled off Nick Tanner.
Well, he's done a good job up until this point, so you wonder if that time off in the top half of the inning had an effect on him.
Yeah, he allowed just 2 hits through the first 4 innings and now has allowed 3 hits here in the 5th.
Here's the freshman sensation, Kevin Sandry.
Batting .327 on the season, 0 for 1 here. In game 2, was hit by a pitch in the 1st, flew out to left in the 3rd. Would no doubt like to make up for his error in the top of the 4th, although fortunately the error did not cost the Tigers at all, as they got a pop-up and a double play to escape the 4th without any damage. As runners on the corners, 1 out, and Sandry tries to check his swing, and he does for ball 1. See if perhaps the Bears are going to let Tanner try to get out of this, or one more batter. Perhaps if he gives up a base hit, we'll see if that might be the end of it. Throws over and checks on Yekel. Doesn't have a horrible lead at first, but I would not expect him to try to steal, as the off-speed pitch in there for a called strike. Robertson on deck. Tigers looking to put up their own crooked number here in the bottom of the 5th after giving up 3 runs in the top half of this inning. And that's lined right back at the pitcher. Caught the throw to third in time to get Mejia. So unfortunate there for the Tigers as Sandry lines into the double play. So the Tigers score a run, but that is it. After 5 innings, Bears lead the Tigers 3-1 on the W.TV. We head to the 6th inning with the Tigers trailing 3-1. And the Scholar Share Tiger Pack is back for just $40. You can grab 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 sodas to any Pacific baseball game. It's the best value in town. For more information about the Scholar Share Tiger Pack, head online to pacifictigers.com/Tiger Pack. As the 4-5-6 part of the Bears order is due up here in the 6th. His first pitch swinging a number foul at the plate. And Yekel jumps out and grabs it, but home plate umpire Dan Payne signals foul ball for strike 1. After a very quick, scoreless first 4 innings, a lengthy 5th inning saw the Bears send 8 batters to the plate and score 3 runs. The Tigers had 5 batters come to the plate and scored a run of their own. But a double play to end the inning kept the Tigers deficit at 2 as that pitch is in there for strike 2. Tanner 0 for 2 at the plate, lined out to center and then hit into a double play in the 4th. As that pitch is inside for ball 1. Tanner, also the starting pitcher, had not allowed a earned run all season until that bottom of the 5th inning, which saw Verlin lead it off with an infield single, Mejia double off the wall in left field, and then a sac fly, but that was it, as Tanner limited the damage to just 1 run, as the 1-2 pitch is very high and outside for ball 2.
Some very gray clouds coming in.
And that's a one-hopper up the middle, and Sandry gets to it, but his throw not in time. So the leadoff base hit for Tanner, his first hit of the afternoon. And once again, a leadoff base runner for the Bears.
Now batting first baseman number 32, Brett Minnick.
I haven't checked the weather report lately, but when I did last night, it said around 12 possible for rain and also around 5 possible. Well, we didn't have anything around 12. Hopefully, whatever may come holds off at least another 4 innings. As the throw over to first.
Tanner gets back.
Yeah, I don't think Tanner's going to go anywhere on there. No stolen base attempts on the season.
It's got a big lead, though.
Minnick at the plate, doubled and scored in the 5th. As that pitch is in there for strike 1. Also struck out swinging in the 2nd. And obviously, he's the pitcher, but he also plays right field, so you know he can run some. Right field's not normally where you put somebody that can't run.
He looks like he's gearing up to go.
It's Crouch, and now the throw over. Giovanni came in last inning replacing Gonzalez, who came in replacing Johnson. It's 3 different Tigers pitchers pitched last inning, as once again another throw over to first.
Well, Giovanni certainly seems concerned about Tanner.
Even if he doesn't think he's going to steal, wants to try to keep him close. See if he can get a double play here, as that misses low and outside for ball 1. Now Yackel looks over to the dugout, and for fresh made-to-order classic and boneless wings with handmade sides and dips, for the nearest location, order online. Visit wingstop.com. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs here in the 6th. As another foul ball out of play over the Bears dugout. On deck is Reese, also 1 for 2 on the afternoon. And once again, another throw over to first. Giovanni through 2/3 of an inning has thrown 21 pitches, allowed 2 hits, 1 walk. It's once again fouled off out of play. Feels like we've seen a high number of foul balls over the last inning and a half. Bears lead 3-1, looking to at least leave Stockton with 1 victory this weekend. As yet again another throw over to first. Don't see any action going on in the Bears bullpen. Well, we saw plenty during the last inning. See if they make a pitching change in the bottom of the 6th if that pitch misses.
2-2 to the count to Minnick. Just missed outside and low. So now a full count to Minnick. He's going to be looking to move along. Tanner at first. Here comes the pitch. There's a drive into left field. It's going to drop in front of the left fielder who's going to make the cutoff to third base, and they've almost got Tanner on his way back to second, but Mejia couldn't hold on the ball. So it was a long single to left field by Minnick, and a nice play by Mayer to get the ball back to the third baseman to keep Tanner at second.
Yeah, off the bat, it looked like possibly he was going to go into the corner for a double, but holding him to a long single and keeping just first and second with no outs.
But does keep the force out at any base. Dan Reese up, the left fielder. He's 1 for 2. He bunts to the third baseman, makes the throw to first. It gets away from the first baseman. That's going to score 1 run, 2 runs. And the Bears are going to take a 5-1 lead on the error. Who was that? Mejia couldn't field the ball to first from the third baseman, Robertson.
My guess is they will probably rule that an E5, a throwing error, because the throw was in the dirt. Either way, whether the error was on the third baseman or the first baseman, it allows 2 runs to come in and score, make it a 5-1 Bears lead. So things have continued to not go well here in the last inning plus.
Here's another bunt, showing bunt. Jake Garcia, the catcher, batting. He's 0 for 1 today, but he did walk earlier and scored a run. He's going to come in, and he's facing Giovanni.
As expected, they did rule that an E5, advances to second on the... They give him the sack bunt, reaches on the air, goes to second, and then the 2 runs score, both for now unearned.
No balls, 2 strikes on Garcia, runner at second base. No outs still. Giovannini looking back at the runner on second. Comes home. The bunt gets laid down. It's a good bunt. They're going to try to let it roll foul, and it does. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had a play anywhere.
Yeah, that was a really good bunt there. They really had no choice but to stand there and hope it rolled foul.
That's right.
So we saw great bullpen pitching last game for the Tigers, and right now the bullpen letting them down. Lombardi had 4 shutout innings, then Arroyo, the scoreless 9th inning, to pick up the save, but
that's right.
So far here,
Johnson went, 5 1/3?
4+.
4+. Allowed 1 run. They took him out, and the bullpen has struggled ever since.
First Gonzalez and now Giovannoni.
Counts 1 and 2 to Garcia, not showing bunt. And he takes a pitch low and away. That'll be ball 2. Reese on second. Giovannoni getting the sign from Yeakel. Looking home. Winding up. Looking back at the runner at second. Comes home. High and inside. That'll be ball 3.
I don't see anybody throwing in the Tiger bullpen, although perhaps...
I think someone just got moving up there.
Yeah. Where he's standing is right in line with the pole.
Yeah. Hard to see.
Tigers
3-2.
Tigers bullpen changed locations from last season when it was over in right field.
Garcia fouls the next pitch off to the sand volleyball courts off the right field line.
And we talked about between innings, perhaps Johnson looked really good. We were talking about, it would have been probably nice to see if Johnson could have stayed in there longer as well as he was pitching. Perhaps the pitch count not going as deep into a game yet this season for Johnson, why he came out after allowing just the one run to start the fifth.
The umpire calls time. Now Garcia gets set back in there. Giovannini winds up, delivers. Another foul back into the Tigers' dugout. And we'll do this again. 3-2 count, no outs.
Giovannoni's pitch count is already getting up there now, 30 pitches through 2/3 of an inning. Yet to record an out here in the sixth.
Giovannini sets. Looking back at second, delivers. And Garcia drives it into the right center field hole. That's going to bring home Minnick. 6-1 Bears on the single by Garcia. I'm sorry, Reese is the one who scored. And New is going to go out to the mound, and we'll see if he makes a pitching change here.
And he is. So we'll take a break, and we'll be right back. Bears now lead 6-1 on the W.TV. Welcome back to Klein Family Field as the Tigers go to the bullpen and bring in Miles Haddad, with the Tigers trailing 6-1. The City of Stockton Municipal Utilities Department asks you to help with water quality and water conservation. Help us maintain clean rivers and a clean delta for everyone by reporting any sewage or bad-smelling water in the street or water running in gutters. Reporting possible problems helps everyone to maintain a clean water supply and healthy environment. Call the 24-hour emergency service center at 209-937-8341.
So Haddad's come come in relief of Giovannini. Haddad from Burbank, California, 5'8", 160. He's got a big sidearm delivery. Right-hander sets for his first pitch. Here it comes. Bunt. Rob Cashel at the plate showed bunt on that pitch. It went by him.
Haddad on the season has pitched just 1 inning. Has not allowed a hit, a walk, a run, a strikeout, or anything. Just 1 perfect inning in his lone inning of pitching this season.
He sets for his second pitch of the inning. Looks back the runner at first. Garcia not with a real big lead. Gets back there relatively easily. Paul, we see some umbrellas out in the stands. Must be a little drizzle.
Well,
Haddad sets for his next pitch. Here it comes to the plate. Strike 2 call. So Haddad comes in with a couple of sidearm pitches for strikes. Cashel gets back in the batter's box, gets himself ready. Haddad looks down, delivers. That hits Cashel.
yeah, and
In the
Cashel
back.
had no effort to get out of the way of that one.
Well, that one was pretty far behind him. I'm not sure he would have had an easy time.
Well,
You know, those players' instinct is to back out of it. I think if he'd have tried to back out of that one, it just would
I
have
think he
nailed
could
it.
have just took a step forward.
Right.
Haddad not quite throwing with the same velocity as some of the pitchers we've seen earlier
No.
today, like Gonzalez or Lombardi. And I think he was content with just taking a. Not that it ever feels good being hit by a baseball, but
No.
down in the count 0-2, instead earns the free trip to first.
So still nobody out. Runners on first and second.
And it comes
And
here.
batting is at the plate is not who the Tigers want to see. Eck. There's a throw.
Wow. So, be curious to see if they rule out a pass ball or a wild pitch. Went off the glove of Yako, didn't roll that far away. Strong throw to third, nearly got Garcia. Cashel then was late to take off towards second. They tried to throw him out at second, and he was in safely. So, both runners advance. They're going to rule out a wild pitch.
So Haddad gets ready. Runners now on second and third. Here's the next pitch to Eck. Strike call.
And another unfortunate error. I don't know if Eck really was going to be bunting here as well as he's been swinging the bat.
Yeah.
But he's not bunting now with second and third and no outs.
No. They're going to let him swing away. Haddad sets, delivers, and Eck grounds to the first baseman who's charging home, tags out Eck in the first base line. Nice play by Verlin to keep the run from coming home. He caught the ball. Eck had sort of stopped running. Oh.
I think they're going to call a balk.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, Paul, you're going to have to explain that one. Looked like Haddad pitched and Eck hit it.
Yeah, it had to be they called the balk because otherwise Eck, that's the only way Eck would be back at the plate. Basically the pitch did not count because of the balk, and so both runners move up, the run comes in, and Eck gets to go back to the plate once again.
And now he hits the ball, little looper to the shortstop who will make the catch on the infield.
Boy,
That was a strange turn of events.
the weather has gotten strange, the game has gotten strange. And
So here comes the top of the order, Ryan Yamane. Yamane 0 for 2 today with a walk.
the infield
He sets in,
infield playing well in at this point.
and Haddad delivers the first pitch inside, ball 1.
Deficit already.
So now Cashel's at third, 1 out. Yamane at the plate. Haddad sets up, delivers inside, ball 2.
Yeah, the rain continues and more umbrellas start to pop up.
Yeah. Haddad looking in, getting a signal from Yekel. Sets, delivers. That ball is driven into center field. It's going to drop in front of the center fielder, bringing in Cashel. It'll be a single for Yamane,
His first base hit of the afternoon.
and that's going to bring up Yamaguchi,
Third baseman, number 5.
the third baseman.
Yamaguchi.
7-1 Bears. This inning has turned into a 4-run inning. Still 1 out. Runner on first.
It's actually 8-1. Once again, one of the runs was slow to
Sorry.
be put up on the board.
5-run inning.
Sorry to give you even more bad news.
Yeah. Haddad sets. He's going to deliver. And that's a high pop-up. Looks like it's going to go out of bounds into the Bears' dugout.
Yeah. Verlin,
Just out of reach of Verlin.
yeah, Verlin was over there hoping it would come back, but doesn't stay in play for him to get it. And the rain continues to pick up.
So Haddad looking into Yakels, gets the sign, sets, he delivers. There's ball 2 just outside. Yamaguchi at the plate, sets in. Here's the pitch. Yamaguchi drives it into left field. It's going to be a single, sending Yamane to second. So Haddad's having a rough outing.
And now that the ninth batter of the inning coming up for the Bears,
Maltese.
Cole Maltese.
Maltese 0 for 3. Facing Haddad for the first time. Haddad looks in, sets. Here's the pitch. And it was inside, but Maltese swung at it and drove it very foul out of play on the left field side. Runners on first and second, 1 out. Miles Haddad pitching to Cole Maltese. The rain is starting to fall here in Stockton, California. Here's the pitch. Maltese swings at it 0-2.
Yeah, again, Jason, an inside pitch. Right now, they're just, I think, combination of how well things are going, Haddad on the mound, the rain starting to pick up, the batters up there, and it's like, I'm going to start swinging. Patience, I don't know about that anymore.
Well,
And the rain is really starting to pick up.
It really is.
This might be the last batter. It really might. I mean,
And
short pop-up's going to land foul. But, I mean, you can see everybody's going running now, even with umbrellas. Although, especially those without.
well, there are still a few faithful here with their umbrellas in the stands.
You know, those people that don't have umbrellas, they have now headed for higher ground.
They have.
Or
So Haddad sets. Here's the next pitch. Delivers. Oh, and he throws it behind the batter. The ball goes back to the backdrop. He threw it so hard, it went right back to Yekel, who didn't have to move very far to get a lateral advance to second and third.
yeah, the wild pitcher almost bounced back in time for Yekel to have a chance to throw Yamone out at third, but unable to do so. Now 2 runners in scoring position for Maltese.
Here's the pitch. And there's a ground ball to the third baseman. He's going to come up with it, throws it in the dirt. Verlin can't hang on to it. And so Maltese is aboard.
Yeah,
The runner did not come home, so the bases are loaded, 1 out for the pitcher, Nick Tanner, who could sure help himself get an even bigger lead.
Yeah, that'll be the second error of the afternoon against Robertson. As really was an easy ground ball to him, and he just threw it right into the dirt.
Here's the pitch inside to Tanner, who watches it go by. Ball 1. Well, the story, Paul, in the first game was great defense by the Tigers, and that pattern has not continued in the second game.
And great bullpen pitching in the first game as well, and that hasn't quite been the case here either.
Here comes the next pitch from Haddad outside, ball 2.
And
you can really feel the wind swirling and the rain coming down. The flags in right field are blown around in different directions.
And that last error, they actually will give the error to the first baseman, Verlin.
Yeah.
Not sure
Here's pitch outside, ball 3, 3-0.
I'm not sure I quite agree with that error given to Verlin, as the throw to first was in the dirt. But either way, the bases are loaded and 1 out, and 3-0 count now for Nick Tanner.
So Tanner singled at his last at bat. Here's the next pitch. Tanner hits it to the second baseman. They go to the shortstop. 1-2, double play. The inning is over, but not after significant damage is done by the Bears offense. 8-1 Bears as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, and we'll be back after this.
Welcome back to Klein Family Field as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning with the Tigers now trailing 8-1. And Lincoln Center is Stockton's premier shopping and dining destination. Enjoy boutique shopping, our award-winning restaurants, and family-friendly atmosphere. Conveniently located at Pacific Avenue and Benjamin Holt, less than 15 minutes from the University of the Pacific. Visit LincolnCenterShops.com for a list of stores that offer a discount to all UOP students. Lincoln Center, always in style.
Well, Paul, here we go. Back to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Bears with an 8-1 lead. Luis Mejia steps in. Tanner still on the mound, throws the first pitch inside, ball 1. The rain's really coming down. The flags are swirling out in right field. Tanner's next pitch, ball 2.
And it's actually a pinch hitter replacing Robertson. In the number 2 spot, it's Margiotta, who we saw as the pinch runner with the odd number earlier today. The rain's coming down so hard we can hardly see out our window anymore.
We can.
Can we get a squeegee? Press box room 4.
We need a windshield wiper here.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for, windshield wiper.
So Margiotta hits a short nubber to the shortstop, who will throw him out. 1 out.
And the rain continues.
And that rain is really coming down. It looks like a monsoon out there. That the players don't seem to mind, so we don't.
It's easy for us to say that. We're sitting inside where
We're
it's
dry.
It's dry and warm.
Here comes Meyer to the plate. He's watched his team go into a big deficit. See if he can get something going here against Tanner. Tanner delivers. Meyer pops it up. Looks like a pop to the third baseman. He's going to handle it easily. Although you can imagine when he looks up to get that ball, he's getting a face full of water.
Yeah, I don't think any fly ball right now is easy.
They're probably going to start passing out goggles to the infielders.
I run over to the Chris Kelton pool and grab some goggles. Yeah,
Here comes Gio Brusa with how many outs? 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. Tanner still going strong. Throws the first pitch high and outside. Ball 1.
Yeah, I don't know why we. I would think it's raining hard enough for them to stop it. I don't know what going another batter is going to accomplish.
Here's the next pitch. Brusa swings and misses. Strike 1.
I mean, I guess if we get through this inning, we can. Although, game's official after 5 innings is.
Brusa hits a ball back to the pitcher who bobbles it, but the second baseman picks it up and throws Brusa out. It was hit hard enough.
Yeah.
We're going to go to the top half.
Before that, the bat slipped out of his hand and nearly took out Halstead in the on-deck circle. And we'll see if we come back for the next inning. As after 6 innings of play, the Bears lead the Tigers 8-1 on the W.TV.
I can't see. Sorry.
Welcome back to a rainy Klein Family Field as the rain mix continues with Umbrella Ella and Rihanna. New pitcher for the Tigers is Shelby Lackey as he comes in to start the 7th inning with the Tigers trailing 8-1. Lackey on the season has pitched 3 2/3 innings, has allowed 3 earned runs while walking 3 and striking out 1. And don't forget to mark your calendars for every Tuesday home game for Dollar Hot Dog Day at the ballpark. The next one coming this Tuesday night.
Lackey, a freshman from Linden, California, comes to the mound. The rain still coming down pretty consistently, but the wind's died down. Minnick's going to come in to lead off the inning. They're cleaning off home plate. It's gotten so muddy.
I have a count of the amount of people sitting in seats right now, at least the green seats in front of us, at 0.
I see 2 people down there, Paul, with their umbrellas.
Oh, yeah. Their umbrella hit. They were blocked by the pole. That's my excuse for everything.
The first pitch from Lackey is called strike 1. Here comes his next one. Outside, ball 1.
Those 2 people deserve something.
Minnick 2 for 3 on the day. He's got a single and a double, and he's scored 2 runs. He sets in there. Here comes the pitch from Lackey. It's down. ball 2.
I gotta say, everybody else with umbrellas even headed for higher ground.
Well, I think the umpires must think this is going to pass pretty quickly. Lackey sets, winds up, delivers, inside, ball 3.
Yeah, but I mean, if it doesn't pass fast, you have a hard time running down to first through the mud.
Yeah.
Although I think they also think at this
3-1. Here comes the pitch from Lackey. Sorry about that, Paul. Go ahead.
I think also if they decide to pull the tarp, it's like basically calling the game.
Minnick swung at the last pitch, missed. Count will go full. 3-2. Here comes the pitch from Lackey. Outside, ball 4. So the leadoff runner is aboard. Minnick takes first base.
Left fielder number 18, Dan Reese.
Reese comes back to the plate. Reese 1 for 3. Reached on an error in his last at-bat. He's also got a single on the day and scored a run. 389 on the season. Lackey sets. Got the runner on first. He delivers high, ball 1.
Yeah, at this point, I'd be shocked to see if the Bears.
They've got a pretty comfortable lead. Probably not going to try to make an attempt to steal here. Lackey sets, delivers, and that ball is driven just past Mejia into center field. It's going to go as a single. Minnick will take second. Mejia tried to reach out and grab that one. It was a little line drive that just got right past him.
Number 12, Jake Garcia.
So no outs, runners on first and second. Jake Garcia to the plate. He's 1 for 2. He's scored 2 runs. He's walked. Garcia didn't play in the first game, so he's had a nice afternoon. Sets in at the plate. Lackey looks at the runner at second, delivers. That ball catches the outside corner, strike 1. Paul, does it look like the rain's died down a little bit?
I mean, a little bit.
I think it has. The
little-
wind stopped blowing.
It's a little easier to see out the window.
Little easier. We still need that windshield wiper. Here's the next pitch, and it's a wild pitch behind Yekel. The runner goes to third, and the runner takes second. Yekel didn't have a chance at that one.
Yeah, that almost looked like it slipped coming out of the hand of Lackey. We saw that the ball seemed to slip out of the hands of some pitchers earlier, but that was before it was raining.
Yeah. So runners in scoring position for Garcia. No outs. Garcia takes the next pitch, fouls it back, just behind home plate.
It really does look like the rain has slowed down.
Well, the umpires appear to have been correct. Lackey sets, delivers, and Garcia drives it foul down the right field line. So, bullpen pitching has been the source of the struggles for the Tigers in the second game.
Yeah.
As they look to find someone who can get them through this rough spot. Lackey, and that ball had some movement on it, but it was high. Umpire called it high, ball 2, 2-2. No outs. Garcia steps in. Lackey looks to Yekel for the sign. Sets, and he delivers. Low, ball 3.
He didn't miss by much.
He didn't miss
either
by
of those.
much. The last 2 pitches from
Yeah.
Lackey it looked like good pitches to me. Here we go, 3-2, full count to Garcia. looking to score the runners. Garcia swings and misses. Strike 3 for Lackey. Lackey records a strikeout. Is that his first strikeout for the young freshman?
No batting.
On the day, yes.
No.
On the season, that is his
First one today. He's had
second
2 strikeouts.
second strikeout on the season.
Yeah.
As now in 4 innings, he has allowed 3 earned runs, 4 walks, 2 strikeouts.
Here's Cashel at the plate. Cashel's had a good day. Was singled. He was hit by the pitch. And he takes the first pitch, fouls it back. 0-1. Cashel scored 2 runs today. Lackey looking to Yekel for the sign. Runners, second and third. Here's Lackey. Sets, delivers, inside. Ball 1. The rain, I think, has stopped, Paul.
Should we open the window and check?
No. Lackey gets set. Here's the next pitch. Swing and a miss by Cashel. The count will go to 1-2.
I actually think it has also, but everything still looks really wet.
Well, this is the kind of experience you want to get for your young freshman pitcher. This is in a jam. Here's the next pitch. Just outside. Ball 2. You know, I'm really seeing some movement on his pitches. They're dropping at the last minute. But the umpires, they're not landing in the strike zone, but he's got a lot of movement on those balls.
See if perhaps you can get Cashel to chase here.
2-2. Here's the next pitch. Ooh, just inside. Ball 3.
Yeah, he's been working all over the plate, trying to mix
He
it up.
has.
Went outside, missed, didn't get him to chase, came back inside, and that one didn't miss by much either.
Not by much, Paul. Not by
Like
much.
the last at bat, he missed back-to-back close pitches before getting the strikeout. We'll see if he can record a big strikeout here.
So here's Cashel. 3-2, 1 out. Cashel swings. There's a high drive down the right field line. It's going to go out of play.
As people contemplate walking over and picking it up.
Well,
It's not raining.
it has stopped raining.
Although the one person right over there by the fireplace hasn't moved. Probably the warmest part of the ballpark outside.
So Lackey again facing Cashel. 3-2, 1 out. Runners at second and third. Lackey looks, sets, delivers high and inside for ball 4. That one brushed back Cashel.
And a bad spot here. As guess who's coming up?
Eck.
Mr. Eck, yeah.
You know what the Tigers players are thinking when they see Eck come up?
Oh no?
Eck.
Eck and, or yuck or anything along those lines.
So the freshman facing the hottest bat in the Bears lineup today. Although Eck did, here's the pitch, swing and a miss by Eck.
Yeah, they finally got Eck to get out in his last at bat. He popped
Yeah.
up to short.
He's 2 for 3 with a run batted in this game. Had a nice first game as well.
If
0-1 to Eck. Bases are loaded, 1 out. Here's the pitch. Eck swings, flies that just behind first base in foul territory. Mejia makes the play, and the runners are going to stay where they are.
yeah, that's a good job there by Lackey. He gets Eck to make an out into this air and not allow any runs to score. So, you know, you talked about a good learning experience here for the freshman. He had second and third, no outs. Bases loaded, 1 out, and now 1 out away.
So 2 outs. Here's the pitch to Yamani, the top of the order from Lackey, outside ball 1. Yamani, the lefty, he's 1 for 3 so far today, but he's walked. We've also had a catching change. Here's the next pitch. Replacing Yekel is Joey Mejia.
You know, we should have realized it by the clean pants.
Clean pants, Paul, but we were
just trying to
rain
look
was
through the window.
obstructing our view.
Not a surprise after Yako catched the whole first game. At this point, you know,
Here's the pitch from Lackey, low and inside.
not that they're not
Ball
going to try to
3.
come back and battle from behind, but with a big deficit like this,
And Yekel had a very nice game back there behind the plate. Made a couple of nice throws to second to throw out runners. Here's the next pitch from Lackey, 3-0. In there for a strike. Yamani was watching it every step of the way.
yeah, I bet he watches at least one more here.
Yeah. So the freshman getting some good experience pitching in unpleasant conditions and in a jam. Here he comes. Strike 2 call. Yamani watched it go by.
And I think
Got a full count, 2 outs.
Yamoni wanted ball 4 there. He thought it was a little low. Looked like he took a step towards first before kind of turning as strike 2 was called.
In a game like this, Paul, you want to see a nice put out here. It's either a strikeout or put the ball in play. And Yamani fouls that one off the left field side.
The runners obviously will be in motion once again with 2 outs.
Lackey looking for the sign from Mejia, the new catcher. Yamani sets in. Lackey sets, delivers. And Yamani flies to the center fielder. I'm sorry, the shortstop's going to go out and get it. Routine fly ball. They retire the order. And we'll see the next one on W.TV.
We head to the bottom of the 7th inning with the Tigers trailing 8-1.
Paul, you really got to hand it to Lackey. He got himself in a jam, had the bases loaded, 1 out, got himself out of it. Some good experience pitching through adversity for the young freshman. And I'm sure he'll hear it from his coach.
And
We have a new batter batting for the Tigers. Oh, no, we don't. Yes, we do.
it looks like it's
Blake Berry, the junior from Simi Valley, California. Tanner's delivery on the first pitch. Berry swings and misses.
we also have the new catcher is Tapia, who was the catcher in game 1.
Tanner sets, delivers, outside. Oh, hit the outside corner. Umpire calls strike 2.
I guess at this point with the game 8-1 and bottom of the seventh. Get guys in there or rest guys in the case of Yekel.
But they're letting Tanner go. He's done a nice job this afternoon. Just 1 run, 5 hits, 6 innings pitched, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. He throws one there, gets behind Tapia, the catcher. The count is going to be full at 3-2. In sets Barry.
His first at-bat of the season.
And that ball is high, and Barry's going to get a board. A walk given up by Tanner.
Not a bad first at-bat of the season for Barry.
Well,
a walk?
No, it's not. Gets you on base. The umpire's got to go out and clean off home plate again. As up steps Nate Verlin, number 20. He's 1 for 1. He's walked twice. I'm sorry, he's walked once and had a single. Tanner sets, the runner on first. And Verlin drives the ball into center field for a single. He's going to advance the runner. Runners on first and second. As up steps a new hitter, Phineas Del Bonta Smith from SoCal, California, near Santa Cruz.
Number 32, Phineas Del Bonta Smith.
And Del Bonta Smith is also a freshman. So Coach New getting some valuable experience from his young players, and who knows what they might be able to put together. We saw some nice pitching from the freshman Lackey, and it looks like the Bears are going to go to their bullpen now. Tanner's coming out. He's pitched a nice game this afternoon, and he does it very doesn't make it look very difficult, does he, Paul?
Very efficient.
Very efficient. Sort of a nonchalant guy.
So, as the Bears make the pitching change, we'll take a quick break and be right back on the W.TV.
Joe Love.
Welcome back to Klein Family Field as the Bears make the pitching change, bringing in Joe Love.
Love, a senior out of Danville, California, not far away. Played some ball at Diablo Valley Community College. Here's the pitch. Strike 1 to Del Bonta Smith in his first at-bat of the season. He's got runners at first and second. The freshman. Love sets. He's a big right-hander. Delivers. There's a curveball that Del Bonta Smith fouls back.
Love on the season. ERA of 2.7. 3 1/3 innings pitched. He's allowed just 2 hits, 1 earned run, walked 3 with no strikeouts.
He's 6'1", 205, Paul.
Another good-sized pitcher.
He sets, delivers, and Del Bonta Smith grounds the ball to the second baseman. They get the double play. The runner goes to third.
Yeah, little unlucky.
Barry goes to third on that. 2 outs.
A little unlucky there for Delbonta Smith. He hit that ball really hard, just right at Yamani, who was able to flip it to Eck at second for one, and then the throw plenty of time for the double play. Another pinch hitter here, McKay Kosian will pinch hit.
Kosian pinch ran in the first game towards the end of the game.
Oh for 3 on the season.
He takes the first pitch inside, ball 1. He's a lefty.
Yeah, at this point, if you're trying to keep a score sheet, not going to be easy with all the pinch hitters and changes.
No, it's not, Paul. But there's a next pitch, ground to the first baseman, bobbles it, but he stayed in front of it, and he's able to make the play himself. We'll see it the next half of the inning here on the WTV.
We head to the 8th inning with the Tigers trailing Northern Colorado 8-1. And the new Smoke 9 wing with a mesquite bite and smoky finish. Try it before it disappears, only at Wingstop. Get at it.
So the Tigers make another pitching change, going back to their bullpen to get freshman Grant Shives some experience in the top half of the 8th inning here.
Shives on the season has an ERA of 15, has pitched 6 innings, has allowed 10 earned runs, walked 7, and struck out 4. Some defensive changes. Delbonta Smith will stay in the game and play third base. So right now, the outfield is Mayer, Kosian, and Barry. Delbonta Smith, Sandry, Margiotta, and Verlin at first, and then Mejia behind the plate.
The first pitch from Shives grazed the outside corner. Strike 1. Yamaguchi, the batter, batting second for the Bears. Takes the next pitch. It bounces off the glove of Mejia. Ball 1.
Yamaguchi 1 for 4. Singled in his last at-bat.
Here's the next pitch from Shives. Yamaguchi fouls it back into the sand volleyball courts behind first base.
A good thing nobody's over there playing sand volleyball.
Well, I think it'd be pretty muddy there right now, don't you think, Paul?
Maybe mud volleyball instead of sand volleyball.
Tigers down 8-1. Here's the pitch from Shives. Yamaguchi knocks it foul down the first base line. Shives brought in trying to protect the deficit as it is to see if the Tigers can get a rally going. He's looking for Mejia. Sets, delivers in the dirt. That's going to be ball 2. Shives, a big fella, 6'1", 220 from San Diego, California. Sets, delivers, and Yamaguchi hits it back to Shives. Shives will make the play to first. Almost throws it so that Verlin has to reach to get it. But Verlin able to hang on to the ball and the bag for out number one. Little nubber back to the pitcher by Yamaguchi. Shives made a nice play to go up and get it. Threw the ball to first to get his first out. In steps Maltese, takes a pitch from Shives, strike one.
Maltese 0 for 4. Did reach on an error in his last at-bat.
Maltese been playing both games, the whole game. He fouls the next pitch back, 0-2. One out.
Since I know you were wondering, the beach volleyball team today went 1-1. Lost to St. Mary's before coming back and defeating Stanford.
Shives sets, delivers a pitch inside, ball one to Maltese.
Oh. Kind of curious that they would get their games in with the weather issues, but they played all 4 games this weekend.
And Maltese takes the next pitch, drives it into left field, down the left field line. That's going to be extra bases. He's going to settle in at second base, standing up for a double with one out.
So there's his first hit of game 2.
And the rain all of a sudden coming down a lot harder.
The guys on the front, on the top step, went running, and then there's that
And
might
they're sending the players off the field. It is coming down very hard now, harder than it did earlier.
Yeah, it almost sounds like hail. It's hitting so hard.
It is really hitting hard.
That
They're pulling out the tarp.
yeah, that Maltese double all of a sudden just opened up the sky.
Maltese really opened up the floodgates.
Yeah. So we'll take a quick break and be right back as we're headed for a rain delay with the Bears in front 8-1 on the W.TV. Welcome back to Klein Family Field. As you can see, both teams shaking hands, and that will do it here this afternoon. And as we joked earlier that Northern Colorado was swinging like they had a flight to catch, and they actually do. Went out there and found out the drop-dead time was 5 o'clock. We weren't going to play past then no matter what. And with this rain, and by the time, even if it stops and we get the field cleared, it'd be almost 5, so that'll do it. So the Bears earned the split here today in the doubleheader, winning 8-1 after the Tigers came from behind in game 1 to win 8-5. So, Brian, any final comments here on today's two games?
Well, Paul, the first game was marked by great defense by the Tigers and pretty good middle relief by the bullpen. And the second game was just about the complete opposite. The Tigers had real trouble with their pitching. They got a nice start by Taylor Johnson, but then they went to their bullpen in relief of him after a pretty quick hook that we assume was based on some pitch count. There were some other bright spots. The young freshman Shelby Lackey got himself in a jam, but then was able to pitch his way out of it without giving up a run. So you can tell that's going to be some experience he's able to fall back on later this season. But the Tigers go down 8-1 to the Bears in the second game. And this game is history.
Yeah.
Going to be called with the rain.
So the Tigers, with the loss here in game 2, end up winning the weekend series 2-1, winning the two-day game 1, 4-3, and then game 1 here earlier, 8-5. They came from behind the 3-run home run by Mayer to win it before losing here in this rain-shortened game 2 of the doubleheader. So the Tigers will be back here on Tuesday night, 6:30 game against South Dakota State. It is a $1 hot dog day, so come hungry. And if you can't make it out here, make sure to join us on the Pacific Digital Network. So that'll do it here from the University of the Pacific. For my partner here this afternoon and morning and early evening, Ryan Kasman, thanks for joining me.
Thanks, Paul, for having me. It's been a great time.
I am Paul
As
Meissen.
we watched the last two fans who'd been covered by that big umbrella leave the stadium, and they actually looked pretty dry.
They deserve an award almost for their sticking through that. So that'll do it here from Klein Family Field as the Northern Colorado Bears and Pacific Tigers split the doubleheader here this afternoon. This was Pacific Baseball on the W.TV.